Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. We'll begin with an apology to those that were sitting at home waiting for us to start the meeting. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty with this time our webcast, but that apparently is fixed, we hope. And away we go. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. The first presentation of the day is from the Engineering and Public Works Department. I'd like to ask Mr. Dana Soong to please come forward to present on the business area.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. Before I get into the Engineering and Public Works 5-year financial plan, I just want to make an announcement, actually a really good news announcement, probably the best news I've heard in 3 months, and that's Joseph Diazege is actually returning back to work this coming Monday. So you know, in these last 2 months I've been acting, you know, I really want to kind of thank the support of our senior management team that I'll introduce shortly. But I've heard a lot of strength and accomplishments from the other departments yesterday. And really, I think the strength in the engineering department is our senior management team. They're experienced and they're very capable. And so the major divisions, and they're kind of led by our senior management team. I'll start with environmental services, 15.5 full-time staff. And Stephanie Warner is the manager. If you can just kind of wave your hand. I want to do that. I know Council is kind of very familiar with all our staff, but I just want to be sure it's clear that, you know, who the senior management team is in the engineering department. Environmental services looks after things like solid waste, water conservation, wildlife management, energy management, and also environmental reviews. The transportation division, 14.7 full-time employees, is managed by Dan Mooney, and Dan's kind of sitting right there. And they have kind of 3 major groups in that division. That's transportation planning, traffic operations, and parking management. Then design and construction, 20.8 full-time employees, is managed or led by Mark Zaborniak. They deliver all the engineering department's capital projects. They also have the public works inspectors, which not only inspects our own capital projects, but also inspects development work. And he's also responsible for our front counter staff that you know, takes all the inquiries from the public. Public Works is probably our largest division, has 106.7 full-time employees, and that's managed by the Director of Public Works, Jamie Umpleby. And they essentially do all the operation and maintenance of our water, sewer, drainage, and road systems. Jamie also looks after the city's fleet as well. And I guess the final one is probably my division, infrastructure planning, 21.3 full-time employees, looking after mainly water, sewer, drainage planning, also the pavement rehabilitation program, but also the mapping and drafting division or group is part of my division, as well as the survey division. Some of the key accomplishments in 2016 to expand local jobs and local prosperity. The big one is Pine Tree Way corridor enhancements. We had our lighting up ceremony earlier this month, which went very well. It's substantially complete, but there's still some minor deficiencies that the contractor will continue working on. David Avenue, Princeton to Mitchell, that's nearing completion now. That's the extension of David Avenue to Mitchell to accommodate development in northeast Coquitlam. And then the parking management initiatives for 2016. And a big part of that is to really accommodate the opening of the Evergreen line. The city center parking management, that's really not just city center, but also Lougheed, Coquitlam, and that's to kind of make the parking changes around the SkyTrain stations, along with the city wayfinding plan. That, again, focused on the SkyTrain stations. Guilford Park and Ride is about to open in early December, and we also completed parking improvements to the Aquatic Center. To enhance sustainability of city service infrastructure, really we're in the 2nd year of our asset management program implementation. The city center sanitary system capacity upgrade is probably not a project that you know we really kind of report to council or to the public, but really that project was significant because the existing sewer system and pump stations for city center, which has grown rapidly with high-rise towers, that was really at the end of its capacity. I mean, if we didn't get that pump station and gravity trunk sewer built in 2016 or fully implemented in 2016, we would have probably had sewage running down the streets. Climate action and energy management.
Sorry.
We did have sewage running down the streets, but that was from a break. The climate action and energy management plan, I just want to note that since 2007, we've had a 24% reduction in greenhouse gas, and we've probably avoided about $4 million in energy costs. Enhanced recycling and green waste collection at civic facilities are implemented. The Lansdowne force main, I believe that replacement is substantially complete. That was an aging, deteriorating pipe, ductile iron pipe that needed replacement. We've reached a recycling depot agreement with Metro Vancouver and the Tri-Cities. The transfer station continuity, I believe an agreement has been reached with Metro Vancouver to ensure that we're going to have continued transfer station service until the new transfer station is built by Metro Vancouver. Under increased active participation and creativity, the crosstown bike route, the Johnson Street MUP, multi-use path, was completed in 2016. And really, the crosstown bike route is substantially complete. I know there's still some routing that needs to go through southwest Coquitlam that needs to be done in upcoming years. Rochester Ravine improvements. We completed the daylighting project on Rochester Ravine. Still some minor deficiencies that will need to be completed in 2017. I think it was a very kind of engineered looking creek, and we're trying to make it look a little bit more natural with some plantings. For strengthening neighborhoods, the middle school walk and bike accessibility program. Substantially most of the consultation and planning work has been complete, and we're into the kind of implementation. Implementation means the actual improvements are being constructed, and that will actually carry on through 2017. Engineering department also supports all the neighborhood planning processes, not just for Coquitlam Lougheed, but for the Northwest Burke Division as well. Under achieving excellence in city governance, the Bear Smart certification, we haven't really announced it. That's why we're calling it pending, but we should do that shortly. The citizen satisfaction surveys, I'd just like to point out that there's 98% satisfaction with public works services. Coquitlam River Water Quality Monitoring Program is an ongoing program. Solid waste management bylaw update, substantial changes where we went to biweekly collection, and also MMBC Recycling has taken over the recycling collection. Supplementing specification updates were implemented in 2016. Trans Mountain Pipeline, we expect a decision by the federal government within weeks. Our main concern has always been the cost impacts of the pipeline to the city in terms of operation and maintenance activities around the pipeline. We're still working with Trans Mountain to try to resolve that. We're shortly going to write a letter to try to clarify what we want in terms of those aspects in terms of cost compensation. Water conservation improvements. There's region-wide improvements implemented in 2016. And the wildlife attracted an outreach and enforcement strategy. It's been kind of a very significant issue, especially around bears. There were 1,400 warnings for improper waste bin put out. Also, we've issued about 200 tickets for improperly securing waste as well. Some of the 2017 business plan priorities. I won't go through them all. Some of the big ones coming up is the Brunette Interchange. We're going to have I think there's a planned joint council meeting with New Westminster to try to determine, what's the appropriate option for the Brunette Interchange, and that will have kind of significant impacts to Coquitlam. I've already mentioned the Trans Mountain Pipeline Project. David Avenue Extension in 2017, we're going to extend David Avenue to Burke Village Promenade as the next phase. Northeast Workshard, I'll talk a little bit about that later. The Crouch Reservoir and Trunk Water Main, that's going to be constructed in 2017. That's one of the projects that we applied for grant funding under the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund. If successful, we'll get 83% of that project funded. And we should be bringing a wildlife management strategy to council early in the year, how we deal with these kind of bear issues and implications for securing waste bins. Oh, there's one other thing I wanted to point out. Corporate and community greenhouse reduction strategy. 2015 was kind of the last date for our targets. So really, in 2017, we're going to need a review of that whole program and really determine our strategy moving forward and if and what new targets we want to establish. Some business improvements planned for 2017, continuation of the asset management program, development of materials handling procedure, that's part of our Public Works Division. Right now, we have a fairly high cost in handling kind of any excavated materials that are really waste materials because they're considered contaminated. So we're working to how to reduce those costs. Review and update of the Public Works policies and procedure. That's another Public Works activity, as well as disaster response plans. We're preparing essentially emergency response plans for water, sewer, drainage, and road systems, and charge out fee for implementation. Revenues and expenditures, these do not include utilities. But if you look at the expenditure side, we have about 34% in transportation, about 40% in public works. These pies would look a lot different if we included the utilities. For new requests for 2017, we're looking at about $6,000 in new revenue, and that's really kind of the change in how we charge for our call-outs. Previously, when we were called out to sweep roads or clean up boulevards, we charge an hourly rate. Well, now we've implemented a 3-hour minimum on that charge, and because of that, we're expecting a small amount of revenue from that. In kind of the past, because we're so cost effective that contractor homeowners would rather pay the city to contract those services rather than hire a contractor, because the contractors would charge them a 3 or 4 hour minimum. So we're just trying to make that a little more fair. New requests for service enhancements. Really 3 positions, a new traffic operations engineer and a new utility planning engineer. Really, these positions are really need to accommodate growth. As part of growth, we get referrals from the planning and development department to review all development plans, and that really takes up a lot of resources within the engineering department. And by filling these 2 positions, we can kind of continue reviewing these development applications while also kind of providing the services need in terms of traffic operations and utility planning. Conversion of a clerk 3, regular part-time position to full-time position is really just growing needs at our customer service front counter. And disposal costs for the workshard, our disposal costs for the waste we collect, some of it is from illegal dumping, are just increasing, and we're asking for a small increase in that activity. Capital request is really probably our biggest request, and that includes the Northeast Satellite Workshard, as well as a small expansion of the Austin Workshard. Really, we're doing this to kind of decentralize our operations. As our community is growing in Northeast Coquitlam, we're not really able to provide the same effective service that we are in the rest of the city. And really, we're not trying to, create accommodations or for equipment or staff. We're really trying to move our staff, equipment, and supplies into Northeast Coquitlam so we can provide them better service. It's just a summary slide for a 5-year capital plan for transportation, fleet, and utilities. For transportation, these are just some of statistics on inventories and our levels of service. I just want to point out that every year our inventory grows. It grows with growth, especially in the Northeast Coquitlam. So any kind of roads, water, sewer, drainage infrastructure that gets built just adds to our inventory, adds to our operation and maintenance costs. In addition to that, we have small capital programs that grow our infrastructure. For example, in sidewalks, we increase our inventory from capital works by about 1.8 kilometers. Some of the streets are Blue Mountain, Gilby, Smith, King Edward, Lincoln, and Robinson Street. The transportation capital plan is really made up of 2 main categories: roads expansion, like improvements to our road system, and road rehabilitation, which is really our repaving program. This map kind of just shows you what's planned in the next 5 years for pavement rehabilitation, both in our local road network, our community corridor road network, and our major road network. In total, we spend about almost $6 million in pavement rehabilitation. One thing that we have to review kind of in 2017 and upcoming years is really how we kind of manage our lane inventory. Right now, we don't have a program to repave our lanes, and we'll have to kind of explore, do we use the funds that we're currently allocated for local roads and shift some of that funds to repaving lanes, or do we look at some other program to address that problem? Transportation expansion, the main projects are really in Northeast Coquitlam, and that's the extension of David Avenue and improvements to Victoria Drive. And we also have an allowance for what we call major arterial road improvements, and that's really in case we need to kind of address any improvements associated with the Brunette interchange and also along Low Heat Highway in front of the Riverview Hospital. So that's an allowance that we're kind of allocating money for when those projects do come up. These are the map of the Northeast roads. As I pointed out earlier, this year, David Avenue has been extended to about Mitchell Street. 2018, we're going to extend that to, 2017, we're going to extend that to Brook Village Promenade, which is kind of that dark red line. And then 2018, we're going to extend that to about Marigold. And that's really to kind of keep pace with the development that's occurring. Also in 2017, we're improving Victoria Drive from about Toronto to Hopi Street. That's really in front of the park, so we can kind of finish off the sidewalk and curbs in that area. And then the remainder of Victoria Drive is within the 5-year capital plan, but I don't think it's scheduled till about 2020 or 2021. Road infrastructure maintenance, it's about $9 million over 5 years. It's really a mix of capital improvements and some studies or assessments that are undertaken in the road network. Some of the capital improvements are the local area service program, the development coordinated works program, park frontage improvements, and a frontage works program. All those programs really look to kind of complete unfinished roads, curbs, and sidewalks. The big really kind of study initiatives that's coming up is in 2019, we're going to probably revisit our strategic transportation plan for the city. It was last done in about 2010, and really they're about 10-year plans. That study or program, it'll involve a technical analysis of where the traffic is moving in the city, but it also involved fairly extensive public consultation as well. and bringing a report back for council to endorse. Starting in 2019, but probably won't be complete till 1 or 2 years after that. Other capital is our fleet replacement program. Over the next 5 years is about $15 million. New vehicles, we budget about $190,000 per year for that. And we also have to replace a fuel tank at our Mariner depot for about $200,000. The solid waste utility, we have collections to about 25,000 households. Just want to point out that our diversion rate in 2015 was about, well, it's 74%, 73.9%. That was an increase from about 62.8% in 2014 and about 54.5% in 2013. I think a large part of that is the green waste collection, and also that we've kind of moved to bi-weekly collection, every other week garbage collection. So I think that has really kind of encouraged people to really kind of recycle and reduce their waste. The expenditures, really about 43% of it is our contracted cost. All our collection is contracted. About 25 or 24% of those costs are disposal costs. Those go to Metro Vancouver. And the remainder is really city costs. That includes our labor, overhead, cart replacement, and contributions to our surplus. Sewage and drainage, just like to point out there's about 500 kilometers of sanitary mains, about 500 plus kilometers of storm sewer mains. And you'll see when we look at the water inventory, there's about 500 kilometers of water mains as well, which is expected because in front of every house there's a water main, a sanitary sewer, and a storm sewer. And that inventory grows as development grows as well. Expenditures in the sewer and drainage utility, about 60% of those costs are city costs. We pay about 38% of our expenditures, or almost $12 million, to Metro Vancouver because we dispose our sanitary sewage for treatment by Metro Vancouver. Water inventory, as I mentioned before, has about 500 kilometers, same as sewer and drainage utilities. Again, those infrastructures are growing every year. And for water expenditures, about 50% of the water expenditures are internal, operation and maintenance costs, capital costs, and about half, or $14.3 million, is for our purchase of water from Metro Vancouver. This is a breakdown of our utility capital programs over the next 5 years. Really, the two main categories are rehabilitation, is really kind of repair and rehabilitation of existing assets. The other big program is expansion. The sewer utility looks like it's got a significant expenditure in management, but it's just really the way we categorize it. Really, the biggest cost in the sewer division is our I&I management program, and really that's repairs, relining, rehabilitation of our sanitary sewer system to reduce I&I. We call it a management program because we have to report out to Metro Vancouver all our I&I abatement initiatives in the city. This just shows a map of where the projects are in Northeast Coquitlam. What's not shown is the Crouch Reservoir because that was previously budgeted. So we're not budgeting any new monies in 2017. But the Crouch Reservoir and the water main leading up to it will be built in 2017 and 2018. 2017-18, we're also building that dotted green line, which is really our large diversion storm sewer. And that's really to service the city lands and the lands north of the city lands. In 2021, Our plan is to kind of construct what we call the Cedar Drive Sanitary Pump Station. That pump station, along with a diversion trunk storm sewer on Upper Victoria Drive, will really service that eastern portion of the Partington Creek Village neighborhood. So until those two pieces of infrastructure are constructed, really it's difficult to develop the eastern portion of the Partington Creek neighborhood. Citywide capital programs, just a few I want to point out. The Plateau Pump Station and Water Main, about, I can't remember, it's $5.8 million project. We have advanced that, and we applied for grant funding under the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund as well. If successful, hopefully we'll get 80% grant funding from senior levels of government. A couple other little projects I want to point out. The 300 diameter water main in 2017 along North Road, that dotted blue line. We're doing that, increasing that water main to 300 millimeters diameter. That's one of our supply lines into Southwest Coquitlam, but we're coordinating that work with the city of Burnaby, who's actually looking at kind of improving their side of the road in 2017. Lower Lougheed sanitary sewer diversion, that little brown line kind of in the southwest corner in 2017. The only significance of that is we're trying to realign our gravity sanitary sewer to coordinate that with really a major replacement of the regional trunk sewer on North Road. And that regional trunk sewer is going to be upsized from about 300 millimeters diameters to 600 millimeters diameters, essentially from New Westminster all the way to Cottonwood in 2 phases. And that's really needed to accommodate all that growth we're seeing in the Coquitlam and Lougheed areas in the city. And that's really the presentation. And I do have kind of all our senior management team available to answer questions as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of council, thank you for the yeoman's job that you've done in taking over for our general manager. You've done an amazing job, and this presentation is a testament to that. So thank you. Councillor Reid.
Okay, I have 5 questions. Amazing in your part of the world, isn't it? Boulevards. Are we re-looking at some of the plantings and stuff in the boulevards and the little bulges that you love so much? To doing some more into easy maintenance?
Yeah, I understand that we're going to be working with the Parks Department to develop a bit of a strategy of how we manage.
And that will take place in this coming year?
Yes. Okay. Raul's nodding his head.
I notice you have a budget in there for sign repairs. Does that include cleaning? Because some of our signs haven't been cleaned in many, many, many eons.
We have a regular program where we clean all our signs by area, but that's part of our kind of base budget for operation and maintenance. I'm not sure.
I used to report them. I stopped doing it, but I'll start again maybe if I find something you're missing.
Sure.
Especially whole areas. You've been doing some product road testing. Have any of those come to fruition in any way that we would change what we're using now?
Yeah, Easy Street.
Like, is it a positive experience? Is there something?
Jamie, do you want to answer that?
You'll have to get to a mic.
Jamie. You have to.
Update. A while back, Easy Street actually, the test for Easy Street was successful. The issue with Easy Street is the cost. It's roughly double the cost to use it, but the test itself was a successful test, and it is still ongoing, actually. We're still collecting data.
So we haven't made up our mind on that or any other testing we've been doing?
Any other, pardon me?
Any other testing of products that we're doing?
Oh, we have not tested any other products to date yet, no.
Okay, thank you. So this is a question I always like to ask because sometimes it used to be many years ago, the infrared cameras never got by E-Team, and by the time we got them in a roundabout way, they paid for themselves, I think, in the first 2 months overnight. Is there any new technology that could significantly save time or money, including street lighting, traffic management, monitoring underground services? I realize we're going to be redoing the work yards, but are there any, I'll say little gadgets because I don't know what you use, but is there something in a year such as this year that really would significantly help your department or different areas of it that you would like to tell me about?
From my perspective, in terms of cost savings and energy savings, it is really kind of a greater move to LED technology. We're doing it for our facilities, but really we need to kind of develop a business case for our street lights. Both for new street lights that are being built in new areas by developers. Currently our specification still allows high pressure sodium lights, and also for our existing street lights and how we can kind of convert those to LED fixtures.
So what are we doing to sort of phase in the process so that we don't end up having to change all the new ones coming on stream as well?
I think our environmental services division, our energy manager, is actually looking at the cost benefits and a strategy to do that. And I assume something will probably be coming to council in the next year. Stephanie, if you want to add to that.
That's right. We currently have a pilot going for LED street lighting in conjunction with our transportation department, and we're planning to bring a report to council with the results of that pilot in early 2017.
Okay, thank you. And last one, no, actually I lied, I have two more. Water issues for the creek going into Poco. What are our findings on the diversion tactics that we use, and are we still working with the stream keepers on the water issues?
In terms of working with the stream keepers, I might have to defer that to Stephanie. But in terms of whether how successful that diversion pipe or that strategy is, we are monitoring kind of flows in the diversion pipe. We are monitoring flows in the streams in High Creek and Smiling Creek. We haven't really analyzed those results yet, but anecdotally I can say prior to us developing Northeast Coquitlam, prior to us building those large diversion pipes to the Bobo Slough, Port Coquitlam had frequent flooding. It was chronic flooding in Port Coquitlam. Since that time, I haven't heard a word of any flooding in Port Coquitlam. I don't know if they've got tired of complaining to the city, or I believe we've actually probably kind of reduced the flooding, if not eliminated, in Port Coquitlam by diverting these high flows.
Fish.
Pardon?
I'm worried about the fish and the stream keepers and the things that they need.
Right, and that's part of the whole program with the diversion pipe and all our kind of source controls and stormwater management initiatives is really to keep these high flows from damaging aquatic habitat and water quality ponds, to keep sediments and other contaminants out of the streams. Not only are we monitoring flows in our water courses, but we call it an adaptive management program. It's really a monitoring program. So we're going to, on a kind of 5-year rotational basis, we're monitoring all our creeks and streams. And it's not just what the flow rate is, but it's also kind of any parameters, temperature, and any other indicators of aquatic habitat.
I just, with our climate changing and so much rain and so much heavy rain, I just have to say man plans and Mother Nature laughs, because I think we have to be more on top of it. Last question, the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Are we the only city that is still dealing with them with respect to funds, so that our taxpayers aren't supporting this?
No, we're working with 4 other municipalities.
Four others, thank you.
Abbotsford, Surrey, Burnaby. Can't remember the other one. But
That's okay. I just
Township
wanted
of Langley. Yeah, so we're still working with 4 other municipalities. And what we're working on is really working on, how kind of the regulations around working around the pipeline can be kind of reduced or relaxed to reduce our costs.
I just worry that the feds will say go ahead, and then where are we? That's my concern. Sorry for the strange array of questions, but thank you again for all your work and taking over for Joseph.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hodge.
Thank you for the presentation. Some good numbers there. Certainly, I'm looking at the one slide about roads, and it mentioned that we now have 1,062 lanes. And I'm great on putting things into perspective. To look after 1,062 lanes, that would be like looking after a straight line from here to Portland and back. That's a lot of pavement and a lot of work. Looking at that, I notice, however, that there's only 540 kilometers of sidewalk. Thus, only one side has sidewalks, and I think you said that we're doing, what, 1 or 2 kilometers a year of fill-in, or?
We do about 1.8 kilometers.
Just under 2.
A very small number.
That's a lot of areas that still don't have sidewalks. I recognize in some cases we have one on one side and not the other, but that's, I think, still a lot of work to do and quite a few years to get caught up. But recognizing where we do build new roadways, the developers pay for the sidewalks in front. So at least the new roads are being taken care of. But I think we have a lot of areas in the cities that still need sidewalks.
Keeping in mind that arterials, of course, have twice as much lane.
So there's a few that have 4. So, but there's still a significant gap between lanes and sidewalk. The works yard, I agree. I think that we've got to look at a satellite area. In most cities our size, is particularly because of the unique shape of our city, that we're really sort of figure 8. We've got one area of the north now that it's a long way to get vehicles and trucks there. Particularly, I'm thinking snow removal. It's a bit of a haul to get the sand and salt and the plows to where they're needed if they're all coming from Austin. But in the budget ask, I see at $30 million, that also includes land. Would we not just be looking at possibly doing a land swap, given that we have land in the Northeast, instead of actually budgeting for land, just do either sell a piece if it's not in the right spot, just sell 10 acres and buy 10 somewhere else?
I'll take that one on. The concept of putting land cost into the budget is simply to recognize that there is value to that land. How we fund it is a different issue. There is a series of priorities, as Council might recall when the Works Yard report was before you. There was priority areas. The first one was a private site. The second one was some city land. And third one was a private site as well. So if it's private site, we would end up having to purchase it one way or the other. Council can always, if they wish, to transfer some money from the land sale reserve in order to do that. But that should only be done in recognition that there is a value to that land, and we need to put a value on it. And that's why we highlight it as part of the budget. Land is not free, and so it should be counted in some way. That's why it's shown in that way.
So there'd be no advantage to going onto our own piece of land. That way we pick the best site. We don't give a priority to our own piece of land saying the land is free because we don't consider it free.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, good, thank you. On solid waste, I've got to say I'm really pleased and very proud of our staff and our citizens for the 74% diversion, because I sit on the Zero Waste Committee at Metro, and that already exceeds the target that Metro's trying to achieve. So we're there, and we're certainly looked upon as one of the leaders in our solid waste diversion, and some of the things that we've done and with the work of our citizens to hit that target is great. And so thank you to Stephanie and her team, because that's great news. On the subject of solid waste, what we hear about often is the conflict with bears. I know that there's been a pilot project testing some of the gravity locks for the areas where we have a lot of wildlife interface issues, and I'm just wondering if we can get an update of where we are on the bear lock program.
Stephanie, do you want to answer that?
Yes, so we do have a number of the bins out in service, those gravity lock bins. They've been on the street anywhere from 6 months to probably going on about a year now, and we are at this point getting ready to reach out to those residents who have been testing those bins for us with a number of questions about how they're functioning. And then following that, likely as part of our more fulsome debrief to council on this past year of wildlife issues in the city, we will bring that information about the gravity locks to council early in 2017 with our recommendations on whether the city should pursue more of this type of locking mechanism for the bins.
And so the gravity locks, I know, are quite expensive to do. That would then show up, if we decide to proceed, would show up as a 2018 budget item as opposed to a budget item this year?
I think that we will have to look at the proposal itself and determine the costs. We do have some contingencies built within our 2017 budget to assist us moving forward with some of our wildlife management strategies, and that may include the gravity locks. Right now, because we're still in the process of evaluating that data, I don't have a good idea of what that cost might be. So I think we would have to look at what the proposal is, what council's desire is, and then some combination of 2017, 2018 budget would be likely if we're going to move forward with those locks.
I believe I saw somewhere in one of the presentations, the reports, that there is a line item for new cans for, I guess that's just an ongoing for through growth, and if maybe you could outline what we have set aside for new garbage cans?
We maintain approximately $300,000 within our budget. I believe the number is for ongoing distribution of our carts, our green cart and our regular garbage cart. So that's for new residents and or for replacing bins when they need to be replaced or swapped out.
I think that was the figure that I saw. The 300,000, that's built into the budget, so that's not a lift this year?
That's correct. It's built into the budget.
And as some of its replacement, new residents moving in, that we of course have to expand our service to include them, that would be a capital cost for the new garbage cans. Do we charge any of that back to the developer in terms of development charges or startup charges for new residents coming online? It just seems that that's sort of one of the costs of building a house and adding a new home to Coquitlam.
No, we have not recovered those costs through developers. Those are covered within the solid waste utility.
Okay. And a question on traffic. I noticed thank you, Stephanie. The expansion of Victoria Drive from, I think it's Toronto to Sobol, or I'm not sure exactly how far along it's going. Olby. Yeah, basically along in front of the park. That includes the intersection at Sobol and Victoria. That's that sort of weird, where it comes down a hill. I think it's a straight four-way intersection, but it's kind of at a weird angle. It's right near the school. I know there was some talk about a traffic light and not having a traffic light there. Does this budget include a traffic light for the corner of Sobol and Victoria?
Mark will answer that.
Yes, the budget does include a provision for a traffic signal.
Would that be at the initial construction or for down the road, pardon the pun, down later on?
Our plan at this point would be to include it in the construction, to go straight to a full signal. It is also a project that we are looking for cost sharing with Port Coquitlam, so they're also evaluating this project in their capital plan.
I just recognize that it's right near a school there. It's And that intersection has always been problematic. And as we see more traffic on Sobol and increasing numbers of students at that school, I want to make sure that that certainly is included as part in phase 1 of that program. Thank you. Okay, that's my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you. I think Mr. Soon noted that there was a very high satisfaction rate in our annual public opinion survey, 98%, which is quite something because considering that every year transportation and especially traffic is then also cited as the #1 issue that people are looking at. And the statistics tell a very interesting story there, or the findings tell an interesting story that while you're maintaining the high satisfaction rate, the number of people who mention traffic problems as the top issue have declined by about 10 points over the last decade. Yet this still is an issue, and you still have to stay on top of it. So I think those findings tell me that you guys are staying on top of it, which is good. But it continues to be a problem, especially as we continue to grow. And that leads me to my first question, and that is this comes from the expansion of David Avenue to the east, the ongoing expansion now, the planned expansion in future years. Is there without a Fremont connector taking people south into the east part of Port Coquitlam, obviously there'll be more traffic wanting, therefore, to go west on David to Coast Meridian to get down or to continue moving west. Is there a possibility, or has this been studied, that intersection of David and Coast Meridian gets overtaxed somewhere in the near future or the long future, long term, without a better north-south connection? A secondary north-south connection besides Coast Meridian? Do we know that?
Yeah, I'll let Dan Mooney answer.
Through the chair, the intersection at Coast Meridian and David is quite underutilized right now. We've got some laning, for example, eastbound on David Avenue that's a mandatory right turn lane, really to try and allow the balance of traffic that's there currently. In the longer term, we expect that right turn, the through volumes eastbound, will start to eclipse the capacity of that single lane, and we'll drop the right turn designation and allow the 2 lanes to go through. Our forecasting, and we've gone out to 2041, does show that without either a Fremont and or a Lincoln crossing, that there are capacity problems on David Avenue and including the intersection at David and Coast Meridian, but nothing in the short term. And the challenges on David are minor in comparison to, say, the other crossing at Lougheed Highway down in the city of Port Coquitlam. So we believe it is a long-term need, and nothing in the short term is a concern there. And there are a number of other incremental changes, improvements that we can make to increase the capacity at Coast Meridian and David going forward.
Well, thank you very much. That's good to know. Good answer. My second question has to do with something that I hadn't thought about until just now, your presentation, Mr. Soon. And this was the solid waste total expenditure by source, $8 million. And your pie chart shows contractor costs of $3.5 million, which is 43%, disposal costs of $1.9 million, 24%, and city costs of $2.6 million, 33%. And you said that involves overhead, labor, and contributions to surplus. I'm really wanting to understand the $2.6 million a little more. What exactly is our labor dealing with the solid waste disposal, and what exactly is our overhead? And then how much is contribution to surplus of that $2.6 million? It seems like a lot, considering we're contracting everything out. So contractor costs and disposal costs, I would have thought would have been, if you'd asked me to guess, I would have said 95%, but it's 66%. So can you explain those city costs a little more? Or perhaps one of your colleagues?
Stephanie will.
Thank you.
So the city cost, there's a number of things that are built in there, but the highest categories would be the labor, which is approximately 400,000. We then have overhead associated with that labor and just our general operations, which is about another 400,000. And that would include our various ICT support needs and other equipment and just related operating needs that we need for the program itself. We have approximately $1 million in surplus that we know about and are planning for, which would be allocated to our reserves. And also within there is the whole bin replacement program as well. So all of that combined comes to approximately $2.6 million, or 33% of the operating or of the total budget for the solid waste program.
So $1 million surplus. Was this budgeted last year? And was this kind of a bonus that you was coming across this year, or was this built into it? Something that we're putting aside for when the bins need to be replaced 6, 7 years, 10 years from now, or something like that. Is that what this is about?
Ms. McLeod.
I believe that the contribution to surplus is related to future capital requirements. There are quite a number of things that are a little bit uncertain about the solid waste utility at the moment and happen to be coming in and around 2019. So there's, we're going to have to be rebuilding the transfer station in the United Boulevard area. We have some contributions to the works yard. And so what we're doing is we're preparing for those outcomes in a few years. So we're trying to provide for that over a period of time as opposed to all at once in 2019.
So you're suggesting that the surplus is actually contribution to
Future capital. It's setting aside money for future capital.
It was intended.
Yes.
Okay, and what is the $400,000 of labor costs there? That's what does that involve?
So that would be all the city staff who help run the program.
Okay, and the overhead, you said ICT and other support. Is that also marketing, or is that a separate budget? Or is the marketing, as Councillor Zarrillo mentioned to me, all the advertising that was done, was that part of the $2.6 million or part of the?
I can speak to that one. Every year, Council may remember in our budget presentation, there is an allocation of overhead, the citywide overhead to each of the utilities, because the utilities use all of our computer systems, all of our HR systems, your time, our time. And so every year we take all of that overhead, and there's an allocation mechanism that charges each of the utilities a proportionate share. And so that's what that is. Because they also benefit from all of the overhead time, like what we're doing today.
Right. Oh, okay. So, and then all the marketing that was done, is this part of the $2.6 million as well? All the separate your waste ads and things like that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. All right, thank you for those answers. I've got one more question. Oh, and this has to do with the Brunette interchange. Mr. Soon, you mentioned that there's an upcoming joint council meeting between Westminster and Coquitlam. I've got sort of an internal question and then one for the public here. The internal one is, are we going to be briefed at council before that meeting? And the second one for the public is, will the city, do you foresee the city, you recommending one specific plan that the city gets behind and then takes to the public to see if they support it as well? Is there any public process to that from the city point of view, or is it all being handled just by the province? And I'd like to know what you see your department's role in evolving as, and how exactly council will be involved and the public.
I'll try to start through your worship answering that question. I know staff, specifically Dan Mooney, is preparing a briefing memo to council in advance of that meeting.
Great.
Really to kind of highlight what options are on the table for the Brunette interchange and what options that the council has or the city has supported in the past moving forward. Dan, do you want to add to that?
Just through the chair, the meeting with New Westminster is just a hold offer right now. There's nothing that's been confirmed on our part. The ministry has had 2 open houses so far. They're committed to at least 1 more in early December. The comments are, and the website is open until December 23rd. In terms of our next steps, I think we want to hear what the public has said about all 3 of the options. At this point, Coquitlam doesn't have a single option that we believe is ideal or perfect. And we're hopeful that through the public consultation that there'll be a clarity around a preferred option, perhaps some enhancements made to that, and then we would bring it forward to council and seek your direction as far as endorsement and or public consultation at the city level. There is no requirement for us to have a public consultation, but if we feel that there would be merit in that at that point, then that's something we could consider.
Okay, good. I'm glad we're keeping all those options open. And I want to thank Councillor Wilson, who went to one of those open houses and was thoughtful enough to grab the booklets, the 4-page, 6-page, 8-page, it was pretty substantial booklets for each of the councillors, so we didn't have to look at it opening up and looking up online. It's much easier to look at it in paper form. So thank you for that. And yeah, this is going to be an important subject, so I'm glad we're keeping on top of it. And I want to make sure that the public is fully aware and kept abreast of all the developments here. And I'm not sure if the provincial government or the ministry does it as well as we do in terms of involving the public. We do a much better, we do a very good job, I know. And so if we see a shortcoming in their public process, we should at least try to get them on side for us so we can really have a unified position. But I think we're on top of it right now as best we can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Just on that last note, I got to give a little credit to Dan because he helped me get the booklet. So thanks, Dan. The diversion rate, I think that's awesome, and I hope we don't sit back and rest on our laurels. Keep pushing on that. The wildlife management plan said it was a C priority, but you'd mentioned it might be coming in the new year, early in the new year, and I think that's awesome because I think for a lot of us, we feel it's more than a C priority. So I'm glad to see that coming ahead of time. On slide 16, you talked about or the slide mentioned bike facilities, but you didn't mention anything about it. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what the bike facilities might be on slide 16?
Not sure which one slide 16 is.
Yeah, on the screen it's not showing, but on mine it's
The bike facilities and citywide greenway implementation. Dan, do you want to elaborate?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, our strategic transportation plan targets a 30% mode split going forward to sustainable modes. So we have, within our strategic transportation plan, we have a bike and citywide greenway plan. Each year we construct segments of that going forward with funding from provincial government as well as possible increased funding through TransLink. We have identified, and as part of our 2016 program, we did locally here Johnson Street up from Guilford Way all the way up to Barnett Highway to connect to the Coquitlam Central SkyTrain station, and then under Pine Tree Way, under the Guideway, we constructed it on Pine Tree Way from Barnett Highway up to Lafarge Lake Douglas. So again, going forward in the next 5 years, we've got a number of those facilities identified. We do it on a year-by-year basis, and we draw from that strategic transportation plan maps that were set out in 2012.
So the word facilities is referring more to bike routes and that sort of thing than, there was some talk about bicycle lockers at the SkyTrain stations, more so than just the regular sort of small lockers, but large room lockers. This wouldn't be that.
Through the chair, all of the stations are opening with bike racks and the bike lockers. They've identified 2 stations within Coquitlam on the Evergreen line, that's Lafarge Lake Douglas and Coquitlam, as sites that there's federal funding for and provincial funding for bike rooms. Those are the accessible card, swipe card. You store your bike. You can also take your rain gear off and so on. Those are subject to the mayor's vision being approved later this month, but there is no contribution required from the city of Coquitlam. Facilities, we're talking really about infrastructure in the ground, but I wouldn't rule out things like localized bike racks and facilities like that that are on the city streets.
Great, thank you. Slide 27 mentioned Partington Creek relocation. And I'm just wondering what that means, Partington Creek relocation, right on the bottom left. Bottom
right. That was a project identified out of the Partington Creek Integrated Watershed Management Plan. It really recognizes kind of development in that kind of eastern portion of the neighborhood. It's going to increase flows, and to really accommodate those flows, because the topography and the low-lying lands, we can't divert all those flows in a big pipe. So what we're doing is we're shifting Cedar Drive, and we're going to essentially build a floodplain along Partington Creek so we can accommodate those high flows from development. Currently, even before development was occurring, almost annually, we have water overtopping the road and flooding into the farmlands. So I'm planning on bringing a bit of an information report to council very shortly on this project, just to kind of remind council and inform the councils who weren't kind of on council when we were doing the watershed management plan that, you know, this project is moving ahead, and kind of the next phase of that project is really looking at securing lands to construct the road relocation so we can build this kind of side channel.
Interesting. Great. Lastly, the North Road sanitary line that you'd mentioned going from New West to Cottonwood, that will be going underneath North Road?
Yes, through your worship. It's going to be in 2 phases. We recognize that North Road has just been repaved as part of the Evergreen project. So the critical portion of the GFS&DD sewer that's undersized is really south of Lougheed. So we're asking them to kind of build the critical piece now, and I don't know if it's 2017 or 2018, they're still kind of in the design process of it, build that to ensure that we have adequate capacity, we're not going to surcharge and have overflows onto the street. And then in 5 to 10 years' time, depending on the pace of development in their Coquitlam neighborhood, they will kind of do the second phase of the construction.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Cirillo.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I first say thank you so much for your leadership of taking on this role while Mr. Giuseppe is away. I really appreciate it. And I extend the same to Mr. Umbleby. Is he still here? Yes. Thank you very much for that. A couple of little stuff and then off to the works yard. First of all, I wanted to just mention, similar to what Councillor Reid said about the LED lighting. I know it's something that I talked to Joseph about almost 2 years ago. If we need to get with planning and development on this and getting all those new light posts that are coming in through development paid for by the developer with that new lighting, why not fast track that? Seems to make sense. Solar. I saw in one of your pictures there when they were vacuuming, there was some solar panels on that house. There's lots of press right now about how Tesla has cheapened the way to have solar-powered homes. I'm just wondering if there's any talk about solar-powered or having bylaws that it helps solar-powered houses in the city of Coquitlam.
Yeah, through your worship, no, not that I'm aware of. You know, usually the solar power generators, usually it's on private buildings, so it's either really up to kind of homeowners and developers. Perhaps it could be kind of implemented in city facilities. But I you know, that
not a big thing. I just thought I would put it out there because I did see the picture on your slide.
Sure. Okay.
And I do know there is some talk, especially in Port Moody, for them to alleviate some of the costs that come along with a private homeowner trying to do solar. Traffic congestion. what I hear so much about is traffic congestion, and Johnson is the one I hear the most complaining about. Has there been any work done on green waves along Johnson? I mean, I hear the most about it. People coming down from Westwood Plateau have issues with it. Coming down, coming north down the hill, there's just congestion problems. Right. Is there anything we can do to alleviate Johnson congestion?
I'm going to have, through your worship, I'm going to have kind of Dan Mooney help me with that, but I know a part of our new request for a traffic operations engineer is really so we can build some capacity, so we can kind of look at those types of programs. And really, we used to have green wave time signals on some streets in Coquitlam in the past. I think we haven't really kept up with the changing traffic demands, but Dan, if you can help.
Through the chair, all of our 153 traffic signals have the ability and have communications to them. The challenge has been with the amount of construction through the city center this past year with Pine Tree Way, the Evergreen line, and also reconstruction and repaving of Johnson, including the multi-use path. And then we weren't done, so we reconstructed and repaved Westwood Street. So we've done it all now. Earlier, Councillor Reid asked the questions about if there was something that we could get or have to help us do our job better, be more efficient. I think we have very good technology in communicating with our traffic signals. Our weakness and our shortfall right now is the human resource, and that's where that one position comes from. Our plan this coming year would be to focus not on Johnson Street, but on Pine Tree and the North Road corridors first, being the ones that were most significantly impacted by the Evergreen line and are the most likely to change their traffic pattern. Once we have those ones sorted out and settled out and have them optimized, we would then look at other north-south corridors and east-west corridors like Johnson, Austin, Como, to make sure that we're optimizing and coordinating those traffic signals, including a green wave feature. Best practices today aren't what they were 25 years ago when we had the signs on the street and we had a very rigid green wave going in one direction and what we often refer to as the red tide going in the opposite direction. And today we try and balance it so we optimize it for both directions equally. So it does optimize, it does reduce the number of stops, it manages speeds, but it doesn't have that same appearance as a formal green wave, but it does optimize it.
Sold on the traffic engineer, thank you. Sidewalks, just want to let you know that there's been such a positive impact around Rochester School and Millard Middle School, all the sidewalks along Laurentian, coming down Schoolhouse, what a huge help. And I know that there is a daycare quite just north of Austin on Schoolhouse that walks down, and I see the kids now on sidewalk, and it's wonderful because they're small kids. Trans Mountain Pipeline, I actually asked Mr. Anderson directly at a Chamber of Commerce event if he would compensate the city for their losses for the current pipeline and if one comes in the future, and he said yes in a public meeting. I think it's very disappointing that they're not following through on that. And I would just put it out there that Kinder Morgan leveraged the city's agreement for the community benefits for marketing purposes, and I wouldn't be against doing some marketing ourselves to let the community know that Kinder Morgan is costing their taxpayers money. I'll leave that with you. So really got a few. The ideas about timing for the strategic transportation plan being 2019, I think it's a big enough item on residents' radar that we could consider moving that up. I wanted to ask about new requests. Are any of these staff new service enhancement requests exempt employees?
Through your worship, yes. And help me, but I assume both the engineering positions will be exempt.
Is it exempt?
We hire engineers as exempt positions.
Okay. Solar panels. So that brings us to the Northeast Workyards. I have a lot of questions about the Northeast Workyards, mostly about the business case. I think you mentioned a business case for something else today. I hear lots of talk, and I mean, business in general, employees, families are asked to do more with less. And I really need to see a thorough business case for expansion. I'm not sure if I can, I mean, I have so much underlined in some of the background information that I have here, and I don't know which of it I can share and which of it I cannot. But I need to understand how many staff people are working out of these yards now, how much overflow is there, how much space for staff are we expecting on this satellite offices up on Burke Mountain, because it seems that we have SkyTrain, that we should be asking our employees to be using SkyTrain to get to work. So if we're doing any offices up in the Burke Mountain area, I'm not sure that that goes along with our vision of having people not drive to work. So I don't even know where to start with this, because we need a thorough business case. I mean, this is a $30 million expansion, and I need to see what's happening in the works right now. What has the growth been? What are the issues? We talked about snow removal. Well, how many times does it really snow a year in Coquitlam? I wouldn't want to spend $30 million for a couple of days of snow, and with climate change, we might not even be having snow up in Burke Mountain. We also talked about this is coming because of the size of our community, and we're talking here about a significant portion of growth in the northeast area of the city, 170% increase in population, but this is also happening in the Burquitlam and southwest corner of Coquitlam. So I don't, is there a business case? Is there a thorough business case that's been done that you could share with, or that could be shared? Not you, but could be shared with?
Through your worship. Yes, a business case was done by a consultant. That was a report. I don't think we attached it to any previous report that we presented to council in the past, but that can be shared with council. And really, the Northeast Workyard is really not looking to kind of expand the workforce or expand equipment. It's really to kind of relocate, men and equipment and materials into the Northeast Coquitlam, just so we can provide better service to that community. When I say better service equivalent to what service we're providing in the rest of the city, because of that long commute. There's just, it's very inefficient to dispatch from a central location that's located in southwest Coquitlam to northeast Coquitlam. Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on that, Jamie, or? Use the mic over there.
Mentioned in my previous presentation, the savings are really just a cost avoidance with the new workyard. There are no offsetting costs to pay for the workyard or anything like that. So this is all about providing a better level of service to the people in Northeast Coquitlam. For example, just a small thing, like just to send a truck up there, it's about a 30 to 40 minute drive each way. For one truck just to arrive there, whereas if we had a workyard in the Northeast, the truck would be there in about 5 or 10 minutes. It'd be able to provide a better service. We're not planning on housing staff technically in a Northeast workyard, so having them commute by using SkyTrain and thing would not be feasible. This is to house maintenance equipment and maintenance staff. So they would not be in the building like as they are at City Hall all day long. That would be where they would go in the morning, where they would be dispatched from, where they would have their lunch, and where they would come at the end of the day. The only real office space in there is for the supervisors that would be supervising those crews.
Thank you. So I'd like to see all the details around that. I mean, there was mention of reducing drive time. Like, what is the actual cost savings? What are the numbers? So that's what I'll be looking for there. And the other thing, I don't know where the location of this would be in the northeast corner, but we know that David and Coast Meridian are the access routes. We also know that that's where everybody leaves to go to work in the morning and come home in the afternoon. So I would have some concerns about what hours things are being operated, because the last thing we need is a whole set of trucks coming out when school time is happening and people are trying to get going. So yeah, I need to see the whole business case for this. So if that exists, could you please get it?
We will recirculate the council report that was done about a month ago, and all the background was included in that, and we can recirculate that if the clerk could do that. It was a council report about a month ago.
Was that an open report? I don't.
No, that was a closed report, but a lot of the justification for the specifics in terms of what we're recommending were included in that report, and that's the staff justification that has been put forward for the works yard, and we're not planning on doing any further work in that regard.
So that's separate from the consultant report, or we'll also get the consultant report?
The consultant report was a precursor to the staff report, and both can be provided.
Okay. I'm just.
I assume that those portions of the staff, as I recall, this awkward moment where we're talking about closed, there were elements that are naturally enclosed because of land acquisition related issues, because obviously you can't build a yard without land.
So we are just providing, recirculating that closed council report to council. It's not yet for public distribution.
Very much.
I thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Now, I'm going to, one of our council members has reminded me, and I should have started this way. You may recall, last year, we ended up on this day getting behind schedule. And because we were behind schedule, the cultural groups were then behind schedule, and it's somewhat unfair to the cultural groups to have them show up at 1 and not present till 3, because they're obviously they have work to do as well. So as much as we possibly can, I hope we can be disciplined enough. Our next presentation is from the Fire and Rescue. I know he speaks a lot faster. Chief Pierlett. So I'll go to clerk.
Did my work for me. Yeah, I'd like to invite Chief Pierlett to present on Coquitlam Fire and Rescue.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Pierlett. I promise we will keep our questions to budget-related questions and not colors of trucks and things.
Thank you, and good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. Just before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge Deputy Chief Jim Ogloff is here with me today as well, and he's here to help with any questions that I may need some assistance with. So I'll get started in the interest of time, and just while I'm speaking, because I do go rather quickly, we've had a tremendous year in 2016, and I've got a fairly brief presentation, but that by no means means that we weren't busy in 2016 in Coquitlam Fire. Beginning, one of our key accomplishments was our SkyTrain. We received $170,000 in emergency equipment that was funded by the province for extra equipment that we need in order to perform some of the new emergency procedures. We are also the lead. We've been working 3 years with the province on developing the emergency response guidelines that are necessary for the handover of the operation of SkyTrain from the province to SkyTrain, of course. So that's gone well. Another key accomplishment, you'll recall the amended fire life safety bylaw, where we're going to have a little bit more enforcement of securing our vacant buildings and even cost recovery for our responses to vacant buildings. And I feel that's going to make Coquitlam a much safer place, not only for our public and residents, but our firefighters as well. We also took possession of 4 new fire engines this year. That has gone well. It completes a lot of our fleet replacement initiatives that we've been working on, and along with some new command response vehicles and some ATVs as well that are going to help us with some of our parks and forested areas in some of our initiatives there.
aspect ratio of the photo is a little bit compressed, so they don't look as cute as that.
Yes, they're a little bit larger than that.
They're still cute.
Another initiative you may recall that I received funding from last year was our ClickView business intelligence software. And this software, we've implemented it this year, and it easily gathers information from current city systems, such as our fire records management, e-com computer or CAD systems, as well as the city systems of Cognos and Amanda and various PeopleSoft. And what that allows us to do is to measure key performances, and we can build those out in any way, shape, or form we want. Currently, we're looking at call volumes and response times, our personnel performance for training, fire inspections, attendance management, and our fire hall and fleet management costs. So that allows us to really drill down and see how our business and some of our strategies are moving forward. And next few slides are just showing you the power of the program and some of the key performance indicators we're hoping to build out. So on this particular slide, this is showing us emergency incidents versus non-emergency incidents. And these come up at the click of a button when you build them out. So they don't take days. You don't have to go to programming school to learn how to do this. It comes up right away, so you can get instant data from it once you build them out. So this is just showing us how our emergency incidents in red as opposed to the non-emergency incidents and the trends. And that helps us look at our overall call volumes, where we're going, what type of incidents. And we can drill down deeper than this, but that's just one particular slide or graph that we can produce. Another one would be our average emergency road travel times. This is important data for us. We like to try to, this is the time we leave the hall to we arrive at the emergency location. We try to get that under 4 minutes. So this type of information tells us how we're doing. Are we getting too many calls that were delayed, or are our calls out of immediate response area? We're traveling further and further. So this is helpful for us when we're looking at what sort of fire resources or infrastructure we need for the future, and we can start to look at trends there. This one is interesting as well, the fire dollar loss versus building value. So this is one that we've developed from some stats from the Office of the Fire Commissioner. So every time we go to a fire, we also have an indication of what the overall building value of that fire scene was, and then what the fire loss was. And as you can see, it helps us determine on average, what is the average fire dollar loss for opposed to the buildings that we attend. So we're averaging about 2.1% over 5-year data, and that's the other beauty of this. It can go back and collect the data as far back as the current systems go. So it allows us to go back, and that's a really good measurement. If we see our fire dollar losses starting to increase, then we need to know that we've got some issues. Do we need to have more infrastructure, response times, better training, all kinds of things. So it helps us drill down. This is another interesting one as well. Many of you may know or recall that fire has divided the city into 134 response zones. And from that, we can drill down from our trucks into building locations, addresses, and pre-incident plans. But what's interesting about this slide is we can now project, and this is fire response only, and the darker areas represent where we are going to the most fires. So that helps us decide, is our infrastructure in the right place, our response, and also is our fire prevention programs and public awareness, are they working, or where do we need to concentrate them on? So it's a very powerful tool, and one that is going to help this council make many decisions in the future in regards to Coquitlam Fire Rescue. Another key accomplishment, the emergency program, as you're aware, falls under my purview as well, and very pleased with the efforts this year. Updated the city disaster response plan, which needs to be done every so often, and that's been updated. We also did a successful test of Poirier Recreation Center as the new emergency operations backup. It has been at the Public Works Yard, but from doing some test scenarios there, it's come to our realization with the Emergency Management Committee that Poirier should be our new EOC backup. The HEROES program that runs under the emergency program is running quite strong as well, and continues to to educate and prepare residents, personal preparedness, schools and seniors as well. And here's a picture here of several elementary schools that participated in putting together their ideas for emergency response, and then we had a little contest, and they were the winners. So that's the type of education we try to focus on, where that takes it home to their parents and gets them aware as well. So it's a good inroad.
Just backing up one, just for clarification, you have Poirier Rec Center, that's the Poirier Sport and Leisure Complex you're referring to?
I believe so.
Because the rec center is on the other side of the street.
The fire chief lives in
It was
Langland,
built in the
so I've
70s.
been there often, so. Yes, that's correct. So it would be
Okay,
the
good.
Sport and Leisure Complex with the ice arena. That's the one.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Our 2017 business plan priorities. We'd like to conduct an emergency services communications review for next year. It's been 10 years since such a review has taken place. I think it's timely in that we transition to next generation radio next year, which is digital. All of the fire services in the Lower Mainland and most of them across Canada will be doing so. That brings some really exciting changes for the fire service in our abilities and some of the communications that we can now receive at fires. So it's going to be moving us into the future. So it'll be timely to conduct a communications review at that time and report back to council. Fire prevention awareness program. Most of you are aware that we conducted the After the Fire program. We implemented that a year or two ago now. It's been very successful in that we raised public education awareness to those people who live in a neighborhood where a fire occurred. We want to take that to the next level now. We're finding that 70% of our fires are occurring in building stock or residents that we have no inspection control over or mandate for. So our idea is that we would like the owners or occupants of those residents to conduct their own self-led inspections based on an inspection form that we would provide them. And as an encouragement to do so, we would like to get a corporate sponsor to provide perhaps a discount on their insurance for doing such. Perhaps there could be some smoke detectors or other items as well. So we feel there's good value in having our residents do that, and without impeding on the firefighters and our current company inspection program, which is targeted at our mandate of building stock. So that's an exciting one that I'd like to get on board for next year. Most of our expenditures we have gone up, but everything's relative to the previous year with just our cost of inflation and some of those other costs built in. So there's not a lot of changes there. You can see that our expenditures are primarily labor. 80% of our expenditures are in labor costs. And then our expenditures by source, as I mentioned, are primarily labor, 87% there. Clothing and training, fleet and utilities, and those are all fairly constant in percentage values as the previous years. And total revenues remain very similar as in previous years as well. A lot of times any reduction in our revenue is a good thing because a lot of our revenues are penalty type of based. So if you get a reduction, that means that people are complying with inspection orders and false alarm calls, things like that. So those are actually good things as well, but our revenue seems to be holding fairly constant in that way. New requests for next year. We have our main one is our labor relief for a call taker in our fire dispatch. Our calls are increasing. We've noticed quite an increase, and there's a trend that we're now measuring, and it looks like it will continue to increase. We currently have one full-time fire dispatcher in dispatch, and we are finding that person is not able to efficiently handle the call volume that comes into dispatch at certain times. So for this past year, we actually have been putting our firefighter relief, they're cross-trained, in to help out during mainly daytime hours when our peak volumes are fairly high. So some of our call volumes we're up to, and we look at total calls in. Our actual incident calls are projected to hit over 7,000 this year, but our actual calls into fire dispatch are well over 8,000 calls. What we're finding now in the trend with cell phones, and most 911 calls now are not made from landline but from cell phones, everybody calls in. And as a secondary public safety answering point, our dispatcher has to answer every call. And I've been in there when I've heard a fire call come in, and then the volume afterwards, they may pick up 20 or 30 more calls. It's for the same fire, but it's people calling in, hey, are you there? And our dispatcher has to answer them and make sure they're there. So we're finding we need that second person in there for safety, not only of the public, but for our firefighters so that we can manage the fire properly. So this is to ask for more labor relief to continue to do that. We will pull the labor from our suppression staff who are cross-trained and put them in fire dispatch, those periods. Ongoing, this is our fire equipment replacement. We currently receive $50,000 per year for our small equipment, and this is usually life safety equipment associated with legislation and it's items that must be replaced. We're finding most of this type of equipment we've identified has got an 8 to 10 year replacement cycle. So we know it's coming, and it seems a responsible approach to build this fund up so that we can deal with that rather than coming hat in hand to council for items that we know are coming anyway. So this is our approach on that. And at the current rate, in 5 years, we'll have $250,000. But we do have about $3 million worth of equipment that we're finding we need to replace every 8 to 10 years. So we'll be looking to build that asset replacement up. And that completes my brief presentation. Thank you for a very busy year. And before I receive some questions, I do want to thank my colleagues, my boss, John DeMont, for his support, as well as our collaborative work with Parks and also Engineering Public Works and Graham Stewart and Business Plan Priorities, HR, and others. We're no longer operating out of a silo. We work very collaborative with the other GMs and colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Got quick questions from Councillor Hodge.
Thank you. A couple of questions. The radios, we're currently on 800 megs. Is the plans to go to 700?
That's correct.
So we'll be able to talk cross-department then with those?
Yeah, for departments that are on the wide area radio system, ECOM, and even some other secondary dispatch providers, they will be going to that as well. There is the odd department, though, however, that's still patched into VHF. So as our colleagues in Port Coquitlam are actually using VHF radios.
A system that's even older than the 800 system. Okay.
That's correct.
I note that in the capital budget here, in one of the pages here, it's on page 3, but what it says, vehicles and equipment, it's a $16 million budget, but included in that, it says significant vehicle replacements will occur, including fire trucks, and then it lists the Vector and some of the other departments. We've just bought new pumpers. The significant vehicle replacement, I don't know if that significant refers to fire vehicles as such, but I'm just wondering if you can sort of give us an idea of what vehicles are going to come up for renewal. Is it aerials? Is it command vehicles? Or what else do you have coming up in the next couple of years for fire vehicles?
Our fire vehicle, we're fairly modern fleet right now. As you know, we have a 20-year replacement, but usually 5 years out, we replacing. So we turn our vehicles over, but as you know, my fleet model, it's service-ready units, so everything's in service as well. So we're currently have replaced our 1995s, and we have our 2005s in place. So we have this 10-year where we go through and get them in place, and so that we're constantly, it's very responsible. And our ladders are new, our rescues are brand new. We have one Quint that we'll probably have to have a look at. We're going to take some steps to try to prolong that lifespan as much as we can under our new fleet model as well. But most of our major fleet has, we shouldn't have to visit anything for about 10 years.
So the Quint is still in service. That's in Austin, is it?
It is.
Okay. The new dispatcher, 133,000. Now, current, I believe there's four full-time dispatchers.
That's correct.
But in order to staff 24/7 on the floor, do we run? I'm trying to think. We run 4 shifts plus we need replacement, because I know when we add firefighters we need 16 on the floor, but we hire 20 because of staff. But we haven't, because of vacation and illness and everything. We haven't done that in dispatch then, because we're really only running 4 shifts instead of 5. So
that's correct.
So does this then become that relief person for vacation, or is this just a double up during those busy Monday to Friday periods?
Well, we currently have some labor relief in my budget now for that vacancy you speak of, that 5th person. We didn't hire a full-time person. We have the labor relief where we bring in our cross-trained firefighters. So this request is really asking to provide that 2nd person now on day shifts only. This is where we need that additional labor relief. So
this is in addition to somebody. So this won't eliminate the need to put firefighters in there. You're still, I mean, cross-training is great, obviously, but I'm just sort of wondering, adding this additional person, does this give us some savings on the floor, on the suppression side of the operation?
Well, it'll provide that labor relief. What's happening now is there's times, and I use, as you're aware, I'm using fire suppression for labor in many areas. I've seconded into our training division so that rather than ask for full-time training or full-time equivalents, we use that to build a business case for when we know for sure they're needed. So in this particular case, there's times, because it's a life safety issue, that it's costing me overtime to put that cross-trained firefighter in there because I don't have available staffing on the floor.
So there may be a savings on the suppression side because we don't have to backfill on overtime.
That's correct.
If we take a firefighter off the floor.
That's exactly right.
But we're still budgeting 133, but there may be a savings on the fire suppression side.
Yes, if I don't receive the 133, it's my anticipation that it could be half times as large to actually fulfill that. I am going to put that 2nd person in there because it's absolutely needed. So this is a responsible approach. If I don't receive this labor relief in my budget, it could cost us half times more again, because some of it would be overtime.
So some of the savings, but it's a case of not having to spend money. So
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just going to quickly, and I gave the heads up that I was going to ask about this, but in the citizens' budget, everybody was asked to give their comment, and a number of people made some comments about fire service, and some really positive comments, but some questions. And I thought maybe you'd just take a quick moment to respond to a couple of the comments that are here. One is that why do we send as many fire trucks to an incident? Why do we send fire trucks when all that's needed is an ambulance? Why are there 4 men on a fire truck when we could get by with 3? I think we've heard the answers, but I think to the person out on the street who's sort of saying, hey, you know, we put them through an exercise of building a budget, maybe you could just take a moment to explain why we have as many people on the truck. And the other thing is that what those firefighters do when they're not fighting fires.
Absolutely. So you've got about 4 questions there. We do have a minimum response we send to fires, and that's in conjunction with recognized standards of safety, not only for the firefighters, but also for the public. So we currently send 4 and sometimes 5, usually 5 to a confirmed structure fire. So that's going to get us 20 firefighters there and one chief officer as well. So that's a very good way of doing business. We are a full-service fire department here, and the reason you enjoy some early knockdowns and smaller fire losses is that with that type of response, we can conduct an offensive fire attack right away. We don't have to adopt a defensive attack. So that also allows us to rescue people in a timely manner as well and keep everyone safe. We put 4 people on a fire truck. There's a lot of empirical data that supports that 4 people on a fire truck accomplishes the work in the most efficient and safe manner. It allows the officer to be the officer, supervise, make tactical decisions without being tactically involved quite often. So that is the best way that you can do it. We also know that fire trucks don't all arrive at the same time. There's a first-in fire truck that arrives, and with 4 arriving on a first-in, that allows our fire service to become offensive attack as well. There's a little-known rule known as a 2-in, 2-out rule. So firefighters never go in alone to a building, but 2 people can go in. So 2 can go in as long as there's 2 people outside that is also watching them or can effect a rescue until additional firefighters show up. So if you're showing up with 3, you really can't go in under safe work practices. So you're limited to a defensive fire attack. I, in this city, feel that the expectations and the prudent thing is to be able to show up and do an offensive fire attack at all times. There are times, as you know, when we are at a first alarm, and it happened just a month or so ago, that we had a second first alarm come in. And so our only remaining rig, while we were awaiting some callback, went to that fire, and they were able to conduct an offensive fire attack because there was 4 people on that fire truck. And there was a very good outcome. And Councillor
just quickly on the medical calls. I know that's in the news quite a bit as well, so maybe just quickly.
Right. So medical calls, we only send the appropriate apparatus to the medical call. We do send 4 on it. We have not gone down where we're splitting up our apparatus and 2. Our core work is fire. And so on medical calls, even though it may seem like there's a lot of sirens coming, we don't send more than 1 fire truck to the medical calls.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Asmussen.
Thank you. I'll try to keep my comments to the budget. The question on the firefighters replacement for the enhancement, have you looked at civilian employees to do that rather than taking firefighters, and is there a more cost-effective way of doing that?
Currently, we haven't looked at that, and that's why we'd probably conduct a communications review. As you may be aware, our current fire dispatchers are members of the IAFF union, not a CUPE union. However, they were not hired as firefighters, so they're hired as fire dispatchers, but they are members of the IAFF. Currently, we haven't looked at that, and that's probably one of the things that when we conduct a communications review will be an item that we would look at.
It'd be something, I guess, before we move forward in this, I would like some more cost and understand, would that be a better benefit? And moving forward with a civilian, would it be a better cost?
There is some lesser labor costs there. However, there is provision in the collective agreement to hire call takers, not dispatchers, but call takers at quite a reduced wage than a full-time firefighter. But the reason we haven't asked for call takers is we've asked for labor relief until we conduct a communications review. I felt there was a more responsible approach than establishing more full-time employees until we conduct the communications review. So that's why
this will be an ongoing budget increase into your budget, though.
If I could just highlight, this is something that we have highlighted that we need to review, and so we would see this as a temporary issue to be revised depending on how things unfold, and perhaps we can have some further discussion on this next week.
Okay, thank you. On the next item for your capital program, $50K a year, is that an addition to what we approved last year, or is that just the ongoing $50K that's already in there?
No, that's the ongoing $50K.
That's the ongoing 50, so it's not an additional request?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zerillo.
Yes, I don't really have much in the budget to talk about, but I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you and your team, how many volunteer hours they spend every single week. I continuously see them out maybe 2 or 3 times a week. They're using their own personal time, and I just think it's incredible. And without that in our community, it would be such a gap. So I just want to ask you to pass that on to that. I'm truly appreciative. And I know this year the pink pancake breakfast didn't have an opportunity to happen, and perhaps we could talk about it next year, that maybe we could find other volunteers for you to help, even just flip pancakes to make that happen. But just incredible amount of volunteer hour, and happy to support the fire services as much as I can.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, just a clarification question on your new request for $133,000 for the firefighter call taker labor relief. You said something that I didn't quite understand, that if this is not approved by council, that you would cover it by overtime essentially, and would cost half as much again. Do you mean half as much as the 133, or half as much again? When you said again, is that like 1.5 times the 133? So is this going to cost 67,000 or 200,000 if this doesn't go through?
No, there could be and thanks for the ask for clarification. Some of the hours we anticipate, if I don't have available staffing in my fire suppression staffing, then in order to fill the daytime position, it could incur or attract overtime rates. So that's a time and a half to fill those. So some of the hours. So I don't anticipate all of the hours will, because we quite often will have available staffing that I can shift around to do other important work. They're not just extra people on a fire truck anymore. I use them to do other important work. So, but there are times when vacations hit, sickness hits, and we're at bare minimums. And then there are times in order to fulfill the mandate to keep a second person in fire dispatch during the day shifts, that will attract overtime.
So that's the time and a half. That's what you meant by...
That's correct.
So what would that likely come to then, compared to the $133,000 that you're asking for?
We'd have to do a bit of a look at that, and it's also based on sickness and other attendance management issues, so it's not always easy to predict.
Well, maybe when we make our decisions on this, we can have that figure. So if we want to know, I mean, if it's, we want to be able to compare. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm going to suggest to Council that we go the break. Each of you can, of course, replenish your coffee and such, if that's okay with everyone. Any objections? Seeing none. Well, we're right now 10 minutes behind schedule, and 10 minutes behind schedule if we forego the break. We're 25 minutes behind schedule. So, seeing no objections. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Moving on to our next presentation, it's for the Coquitlam RCMP. I would like to invite Superintendent Sean Maloney to please come forward to present on his area.
Okay. Superintendent Maloney, my deep apologies, but we couldn't wait. We wanted so much to hear your presentation, so we decided to skip the break and have you right away.
Thank you very, very much. I need my specs or I won't be able to see anything.
How ironic. Okay, that's wrong. That's wrong. Yes.
Are we ready?
Please overlook our stereotypes and the caricatures by which we see you.
Thank you very much, Council. It's certainly a pleasure to be here for the 2017 budget, my second budget since I've been in command of the Coquitlam detachment. I have to say I've certainly been enjoying it here at this detachment. It's been a pleasure to work here so far, and I appreciate your support and the support of the management team under Manager Pete Steblin. And so as we get going here, I guess first thing I would like to do here is just throw up our new organizational chart. I will kind of start off here by saying that we're not coming here asking for any new resources this year, so you probably will be happy with that. So as you'll see our new organizational chart here, we've made the changes that we've talked about last year, and with the addition of the new Inspector Julie Droter, who is sitting here today, on my left here, our new Community Programs and Administration Officer. And you'll see in the chart here that the Police Administration, Professional Standards, Community Police and Victim Services, and our Client Services and Strategic Planning all roll up to Julie. In the past, three of those things, the Police Administration, Professional Standards, and Client Services all rolled up to me, and it was very hard to provide oversight and supervision at that level. You'll see in the, I'd like to highlight our 2016 key accomplishments here. And there's two major projects my team were working on in 2016. The first was the 2016 to 2020 strategic plan. And we did a lot of work in research and consultation in putting that together as we built that plan. And we reached out to citizens via online surveys to get feedback. We also reached out to yourselves, council, for your feedback, input. And we also built the plan around the new, with the addition of the Auditor General Local Government Report that was released last year here, and inputted all those recommendations into the new report. The new plan has a new reporting structure, and as you've seen, you're receiving monthly reports and trimester reports, and we're also going to be reintroducing the annual report at the end of the cycle here. It's an ambitious report, however, it's flexible enough that allow us to adapt to changes in the environment as we move along here. The other key accomplishment I'd like to highlight is the implementation of the UCRU, the Uniform Crime Reduction Unit. In 2015, my predecessor came to you with a plan to boost high visibility policing in the Comstat high crime spots, and also to increase capacity in the peak call times or periods, and also a plan for the upcoming Evergreen line opening. So in 2015, 6 new resources were added, and in 2016, another 6 resources were added. So I'm certainly grateful for the support of Council in providing us these resources to staff this new UCRU team and following through with our plan here. Certainly happy to say that we've achieved staffing those resources, and they are all the boots are on the ground, so to speak, and are in play. All 12 are operational, and we actually have a rotating day shift and night shift right now. So one shift comes off, another one comes on. So. This slide here, I'd like to highlight our strategic priorities and our strategic plan. The 2016 to 2020 strategic plan is the basic framework that will guide us into 2017 and beyond, as you'll see. The 3 goals are to enhance public safety by using intelligence-led, evidence-based policing approaches to reduce crime, collisions, and non-crime type calls. To promote community engagement by encouraging citizens and stakeholders to help us identify and address public safety issues, and achieve organizational excellence by enhancing governance, leadership, and supervision. I'd like to turn your attention to our A priority, which is Evergreen Policing Strategy. Work is well underway to getting our people ready for the opening of the Evergreen line, which happens next month. All our gender duty members have completed a platform training and familiarization training with Transit Police and the local fire department to get us ready for activity in and around the SkyTrain. Our UCRU is also in the midst of developing a short-term operational plan that will cover the first 8 weeks of the opening of the train, and this is done in concert with the Port Moody Police and the Transit Police. Also, our members and staff, municipal staff, are working to expand our graffiti strategy based on what we've learned from other SkyTrain jurisdictions and also the TAGS conference. And we've also created an executive-level working group that's headed up by Inspector Drotar, who works with Transit Police and the Port Moody Police, and they meet on a regular basis. And as we move along through this coming year, I'll be providing you updates on how that is all going here. Our B priority, I'd like to address here, I'd like to talk about our Comstat process. The Comstat has been our cornerstone for attacking the crime reduction strategy, and which was implemented in 2006 and has evolved over time in an intelligence-led policing world here. The technology and the team have changed since 2006. Things are constantly evolving, and certainly our team here, we've now added a new inspector, the UCRU team, and also a third analyst to help in the evolution of our crime stat process. Like anything, it evolves, and it's time to assess it, reassess it, and we're making some changes in that process. The C priority, I'd like to draw your attention to the social media guidelines for regular members and municipal staff. We're doing very well in using social media as a tool as we engage with the citizens of the city here. But as you know, of course, this new workforce are very tech savvy, and especially with the use of smartphones. So our objective is to create a better understanding of policies and protocols amongst our staff, particularly in the use of social media. This is the next slide. I'd like to turn your attention to the total expenditures. The pie chart you'll see represents a total of $35.9 million. Of that, the police contract represents 68%, which includes the police labor, the benefits, training, and the equipment. Municipal labor represents 21%. And wherever possible, I just want to note here that we are always exploring opportunities where we can get our boots on the ground, police officers on the road by switching and reorganizing within the detachment and moving duties to municipal staff so we can have police officers out doing things out in the community. The integrated services, you'll note, represents 8%. Those are the integrated units like IHIT, the Arctic integrated ERT, the integrated dog team, and forensic ident team. And the public services building, safety building, represents 3%, and that involves the facility itself, the grounds maintenance, and the community policing stations, and the municipal employee expenses. The total revenues for Coquitlam by source are $5.4 million, and those include 60% recovery from Port Coquitlam for their share of the municipal employee costs and the operation of the public safety building. The 26% represents the recovery of traffic fine revenues for the city of Coquitlam. 6% for the fees for service. That includes stuff like police information checks, police reports for insurance companies, fingerprints, visas. 4% for external recoveries, and that includes things like the keeping of prisoners for provincial and federal governments, and for the RCMP municipal employee support services for the forensic identification section. And also 4% for other, that includes miscellaneous things like the provincial grant for victim services, the municipal staff support for our 3 provincial police officers that we have here, and also the lease income for the provincial police officers that use our building. So our new request, slide 10 here, involves the new request for the YMC Community Policing Station. The current location of the Coquitlam Plaza opened in 1998 and has changed, and the space requirements have changed and certainly don't meet our requirements of today here. I certainly want to thank the staff, Parks and Recreation, and Strategic Initiatives, certainly for moving things forward for us and providing the ideas for the inception of the new CPS within the new YMCA here. The new community policing station would provide a direct sight line from the Evergreen station, which increases visibility and police presence. The access to increase pedestrian vehicle traffic, which is drawn by the YMCA building itself, and much needed extra space for the community policing programs that we currently have and run out of the current facility, and also workspace for our police officers, which we really don't have right now. And with the addition of the new U crew, which I hope to have up in that area, it would be a location for them to work out of, as opposed to coming back to here all the time and having to. It's a lot of wasted time would be spent on the road traveling back and forth to the building here. But if I had a location where they could work out of, we have workstations and places for their equipment, because they're also going to be bike trained. They're all going to be cross trained to do foot patrols and bike patrols, and I need a place to store all that. I don't expect them to ride their bikes back and forth to here, or we'll never see them on the road. So anyway, we're certainly we're seeking council approval for this expenditure in 2017 so that the project team can incorporate the new community policing officers to the YMCA project, even though it's not going to occur until 2019. The next slide here refers to the capital program, which is $3 million. $2 million of that is for the RCMP parkade repairs, which is to replace the membrane in the parkade, which is over 20 years old now, and the typical lifespan is between 15 and 20 years. And $900,000 of that is to be spent over 5 years to upgrade things in the facility, such as repainting and roof replacement, and the replacement of an emergency generator, 2021. And that concludes my presentation. I'm certainly would welcome some questions.
Thank you. Councillor Hodge.
Great, thank you. The U Crew, really pleased to hear that that's up and running. We've got both teams out there. When did the second team get up and operational?
It was kind of as people were available to be released from their units. It started in September and into October. So it started somewhere in September and some in October.
We've really just got the
yes,
team up at perfect timing. I'm glad to hear that your men and women will be out there on opening day to greet people as they come off the SkyTrain and make sure that's the right people getting off of SkyTrain. So happy to hear that. That's, I know, been a concern we've heard for the last 3 years about, when SkyTrain arrives, will crime come? And I appreciate your group being very proactive, and also I recognize your experience in having opened another line. I believe you were in Richmond when that line opened, or shortly after?
Shortly after, yes.
So you've been through that, so thank you for being prepared on that. Just quickly, again, the online citizens budget and some of the comments that are listed here. And that is less police cruisers, more people on foot, more active patrols in neighborhoods, more community policing, more residential patrols, and there's a common theme here, and that is people, residents want to see police officers out on the street, and that's why I asked when the U Crew got up and running, because these comments would have been taken earlier in the summer. I personally have only seen the team out once, and so I just want to make sure that they are out there every day. I know that this was the concept is that not bog them down with paperwork, and I know there's more and more paperwork in your job and in your officers' daily lives all the time, but what our residents really want to see is officers on the street, and hopefully we will be able to maintain that with this crew. The other thing that we hear is traffic enforcement. There's probably not a week that doesn't go by that we get an email about traffic in the neighborhoods, and maybe you could just touch a little bit briefly on what we're doing about speed enforcement in residential neighborhoods.
And actually, that's one of the things I did when I arrived last year. Is I did a restructuring, as I had mentioned last year. I've tried to find within our detachment where we could be better using the personnel that we have. And knowing that traffic was a priority for the city, I found a couple of positions that I could repurpose within the detachment, and I created a second enforcement team within traffic itself. So we now have, because what was happening, there were so many traffic collisions that our traffic enforcement team were tied up in the office investigating very detailed collisions. Those can take weeks sometimes, so that was taken away from the enforcement aspect. So we've since created, it was February and March this year, we were able to staff up another traffic enforcement team. So now we have 2 traffic enforcement teams dedicated solely towards doing traffic enforcement, 1 team, 13 that's devoted solely to doing the traffic collision investigations.
And I know that we will get regular reports, the trimester reports, but yes, that'll be something that I'll certainly be looking at. I know that it's a concern to you. I appreciate the work you've done so far, but clearly that's one of the things our residents are saying. More men and women on the street, and more traffic enforcement in neighborhoods. And that leads me to my final question, and I raised it briefly yesterday, and that's the cop-to-pop ratio, which is around the 800 mark or thereabouts. We're adding 4,000 or 5,000 residents a year. There are new residents coming in, that's new taxes coming in, and yet you haven't asked for officers this year. At what point, if we stay on this growth path, do you feel that you're going to come to us and say, this is the year I need 4 or need 8 officers? How far down are we looking at that?
So I guess, for council's sake here, like what I have been doing and what I want to do is that continue along the path I am right here, is that having a look at our current resources. I want to see, are we using everything effectively first within the office, and using those to the best way that we can here. And once we've established and repurposed every resource that we possibly can in the office, such as I did with the traffic section here, then we will certainly be looking forward into the next year here to looking at a extended 5-year plan as to what resources we would need to fill some of those gaps as we move forward with the pressures that are created by the growth in population.
I really appreciate that you're repurposing first. We hear 2 things from residents. We want more service and we want lower taxes. And that's something that we always wrestle with here. So I appreciate that you're looking at the bottom line, but it's clear when we read the reports that the one thing the residents are willing to spend money on is more law enforcement. And from my perspective, I don't like to see spikes in the costs. I prefer to see a steady growth that matches the growth of the city. And I think some idea of putting us on that path so we can expect where we're going to see those increases come from a 5-year perspective would be really helpful as we move forward. And again, thank you for all the work you and your team do.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks. My question's about the YMCA Community Police Station. There's quite a bit of information in our binder about that. Is this instead of a report, like an official report that we'll be seeing down the road, or a budget request? I'll explain it very well, but usually for something like this, I would assume that we would have a report to council. Is this instead of that?
Mr. Alloway.
Yes, thank you, through the chair, if I can. No, we have a fulsome report with a status update of the work to date. There's legal agreements, facility, kind of site design, a number of things we're working on in the programming work that really is the result of collaborative work between obviously Concert, YMCA, and our essentially the tenants, including the RCMP, potentially QNet, Parks and Recreation, and as well as the Park and Ride facility that will be part of that facility. So there's a whole report that's coming forward for council consideration at the right time, very soon, and that will include some of the details around that.
Mr. Dumont.
Thank you. Just to add to that, when the last YMCA report came forward, there was direction from council to put a write-up into this year's budget for the community police station in Coquitlam. So there's actually quite a substantial write-up in your budget binder. It's about 5 or 6 pages long with the rationale for the community police station as well. But as Raul said, this will be an iterative process as the design refines and stuff. So there'll be a number of touch points with council as the YMCA project progresses.
Thank you. Great. And so we're being asked to approve the funding this year, and it'll be delivered around 2019. Is that correct? Okay. How will this impact the operations of the Ridgeway Community Police Station? Like having an enhanced, larger station in the Coquitlam area, will it have much impact on the Ridgeway operations?
In terms of the overall operation of what we're delivering to the community?
I guess, will that mean that the Ridgeway station will be redundant, or will it continue operating?
Sorry, Ken. It'll continue. It won't be redundant. No.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Quickly, the office at Coquitlam is still up?
Yes.
Running?
Yes.
And is there anything that you will have to do with it, like budget-wise, to sort of make it more suitable because of SkyTrain being there and et cetera?
I don't believe so. I don't.
Upgrades?
No,
I'd
we're
like
not.
to let us know quickly.
Yeah.
Is the school program fully staffed from elementary through to high school?
Are you talking our school liaison officers?
Yes.
Are we totally staffed up? Yes. Yeah, we're totally staffed up. Yeah.
All staffed?
Yeah.
Thank you. And the other thing, I've been told by your predecessors for about 25 years that cop to pop is just a guideline, that it really doesn't mean a lot because it depends on the type of crime.
That's true. Yeah, you can't just base it solely on that. It's every community is different, and what impacts one community doesn't impact another. So you got to take it holistically as a package.
So I always hate to not say that, because if people in the community think we have less just the cop to pop ratio, it really is only a small part of if we are fully staffed or not. So thank you for confirming that. I'm done. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. And on that last point, I often say that if our engineering department had fewer engineers per capita, then we're able to get by with fewer engineers per capita. The public would think we're efficient, and yet our police force produces wonderful results with a relatively low cop to pop, and sometimes that becomes a criticism. And so I'll turn that around and say thank you very much to your force for the work that you do, for the ongoing work that you've always been able to do to make Coquitlam feel safe. And thank you. Okay. Seeing none others. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our next presentation is from the Coquitlam Public Library. I would like to invite Ms. Alice Hill and Mr. Todd Guinnessios to please come forward to present on their area.
Morning. Only 5 minutes late. You went fast.
Yes.
We almost went for lunch. Almost. I made the font big enough, but just in case. Thank you. Okay, why do I not get this every year? Here we go. Thank you for the opportunity to present the library's 2017 grant request. I will be presenting on behalf of the library, and both Alice, the board chair, and I will be available to answer any questions at the end. I also wish to recognize the efforts of the library staff and board for their work this year. We have several of our senior... We have several of our executive management team here who have really been instrumental in our success in getting some of our agenda forward this year. So I'd just like to recognize all of them in the back. The library board has been dealing with some significant changes in the library, from our management reorganization to the new strategic plan. These issues take a lot of time and discussion with our volunteer board. And to the library staff who have been keeping the doors open, our customers happy, all the while dealing with transformative change in how the library operates. Their efforts have been amazing, and as executive director, I wish to publicly thank them for their service to the community. Each year, there are several city departments that have assisted the library beyond the routine. This year, it has been City IT and City HR. City IT has been working closely with the library technology staff on our multi-year upgrade to our technology backbone. As this major project nears its conclusion, I wish to thank all of the time and knowledge they have provided to the library. Their support has been instrumental in the success. This year, City HR, Ron Price and Nikki Caulfield, have been working with the library to assist us on several fronts, and in particular our benefits plans, which are impacting our bottom line significantly. "2016 saw the introduction of the library's new strategic plan, included in your package. Just to give you a quick idea of what kind of things we're attempting to accomplish. Goal 1 brings a focus on STEM learning, parents and children learning together, and expansion of our non-English collections. For those of you who don't know, science, technology, engineering, and math. You can also call it STEAM, which includes the arts, which is also something that we have traditionally been involved in. Goal number 2 ensures our physical spaces meet our customer needs with a focus on the library link, branch floor plans, and mobile applications. Goal number 3 is working in the community by creating a programming team to facilitate partnerships and community supports, job fairs targeted for specific groups, and working to ensure the library takes part in community events. Goal number 4 is about increasing innovation in the community by expanding the library's innovation hub, with learning opportunities and resources, working towards implementation of a tech bar where the public can explore new technology, and work to develop a training capacity through local experts and partnerships. Goal number 5 is about promoting the library through the creation of a marketing department, continuing to work on developing our online branch, and the supporting policies and systems. And finally, goal number 6. As the library grows into a more complex organization, we will develop our governance excellence through improving our board governance policies, expanding our operational policy manual, creating an organizational communications plan, and creating service plans for our departments. Year-to-date successes. In 2016, the library developed and provided enhanced programs for people of all ages, while at the same time working through some transformative change. This slide gives a snapshot of some of the things the library has accomplished. Some highlights from year-to-date statistics. The library link has been a huge success, with 41% more items circulated, a 54% increase in borrowers registered, 40% increase in new borrowers on the link, all of this through word of mouth. The trend should continue as we begin our marketing efforts and continue the service expansion in 2017. Our electronic collections continue to grow in usage. Press Display, our online newspapers from around the world, are up 15% year over year. Lynda.com, our online training program, year 1, over 3,000 course hours were taken across the city of Coquitlam. Pronunciator, our online language training, 34% usage increase in 1 year. Our ebooks, magazines, and e-audio circulation is up 34%, 28% over the past 2 years. We have doubled the number of borrowers who use our online access. We partner with over 30 organizations and groups to provide our programming, too many to list in this presentation. In your package is our 2015 annual report, which lists many of the organizations we partner with. All of our STEM and STEAM programs were very popular. In particular, we had a young women's coding workshop, and we ended up having to expand it several times because it kept on getting oversubscribed, and it was still at the end, it was overbooked. And of course, we got the usual, like, why don't we have one for boys? But that's okay. The parents were very excited with it. And finally, our science fair, 125th event, partnered with School District 43 and Douglas College faculty. This was an amazing event. I'm not sure how many of you made it to it, but we will continue it through in 2017 and expand it. It was amazing to see the ideas that some of these young people came up with. So when I first became executive director, my first presentation to you was a bit of a crisis presentation. We were asking for a lot of resources because we had some very severe issues on our table. This is our final update. I am very pleased to say that we're almost complete at 2015 implementation. We had some critical needs, and City Council did support us with significant one-time funding. And I'm pleased to say that by the end of this year, the last pieces of this critical IT infrastructure upgrade will be completed. As mentioned earlier, the rollout of our new library link and expanding its services is proving extremely successful. While the overall circulation and usage remains small, we are meeting the needs of those in our community with the highest needs and the highest barriers to access, and providing them with what the library has to offer. Targeting the customers who use Link, we added a toy library for the children of refugees. Watching the children engage and learn through play is really wonderful to see. As part of our continued focus on collections, in 2016 we began a full review of the library's physical collections, weeding old items, and creating collection management plans that will focus our dollars where they're most needed. By the end of November, we hope to complete our full technology upgrade with the turning on of our email server. I was hoping to announce it today, except that we had to delay it to next week. So, and with the installation of our new self-check units, which we are testing already, they'll be installed sometime later this month. I can actually say the project will be complete. Some exciting enhancements to what was originally presented to Council in 2015. Once the original project is complete, we will be duplicating a server which will enable our 2 branches to operate independently when one goes down. So in the event of our power outages that we've had frequently, we will now have the ability to keep one of the branches without the power outage fully operational through this technology upgrade. In addition, and we did that with very little increased cost. It was about $10,000 of internal funds that we added to the money the city gave in order to be able to do primarily to the shock of your IT department when our equipment costs came in less than theirs. So as a not-for-profit, so you're able to leverage some of our not-for-profit to increase the capacity. In addition, we'll be adding the ability to host small local websites to help us support our community partners and local information creators. It's one of our goals in our strategic plan. Things like the Tri-Cities Literacy Council, who have no ability to pay for a website, will be able to provide that. One of the library's challenges in 2015 was to ensure such an IT crisis did not occur in future. I'm pleased to say that with the 2017 budget, we will be close to completing the creation of a sustainable information technology capital reserve. At the end of 2017, we will have approximately $205,000 in our capital reserve specifically dedicated to IT equipment. This will allow our IT department to replace equipment as required and on a regular schedule of replacement. We can now plan for the future rather than react to crisis. The final piece of the 2015 plan was a one-time upgrade to our security system. This project may extend until 2017, but it will be completed very quick because we're getting quotes right now for this upgrade. We will be upgrading our announcement systems to ensure alarms and evacuation information reach all of the meeting rooms in the far corners of the City Centre branch. In addition, we will install a multi-zone announcement system to allow library staff to broadcast directed messages anywhere in the facility. Finally, we'll be installing several additional security cameras to monitor areas of the library that are a real challenge to secure. These projects have been a huge undertaking, from the incredible work of our IT department through the difficult decisions around staffing to create the Computer Sustainability Fund and internal reallocations to our collection budgets. These changes have impacted the library at all levels. The library continues to rebalance our resources. Some of our budget projections have I changed too soon. Some of our budget projections have changed as other realities impact. However, we are on track to meet our goal of sustainable organization by 2018. Moving forward over the next several years, the library will continue to rebalance our resources. The areas of focus haven't changed from 2016, which are training and development, facilities, equipment, and sustainability, collections, both electronic and physical, and communicating our services to the community. How we are meeting these challenges are by a full departmental reorganization, reforming the organizations to focus on the new strategic plan, aligning departments and staff to where they are needed. A major change in how the library is led, which I did speak to you earlier, creating several new management roles and restructuring how supervision is done across the organization. To properly staff the desks, we've implemented a single service point at each branch, retraining all public service staff and implementing changes in how questions are answered. Fewer desks has resulted in savings that are being reallocated to collections over the next few years. As part of these changes, we are also creating a marketing department tasked with our social media, online presence, and communications. With the above changes, we are retasking all of our professional and paraprofessional staff, reducing the amount of desk time so they can focus on the value-added services required of the strategic plan, external and internal programming, partnerships, and community support. These changes will continue to develop through 2017. The 2017 to 2021 operating plan. Our operating plan is on track for sustainability. With only a few changes in timing, we will stabilize our budget in 2018. Over the next 2 years, we'll be adding resources to the training and development of our staff through the library. Essentially, the library is now in the midst of a major change in how we provide services. This will entail retraining and developing our staff to meet these new needs and expectations of our community and the strategic plan. So we're identifying courses, we're sending staff to a lot of training and asking them really what they need. We have increased funding over the next several years to modify and enhance our facilities through new merchandising equipment, replacing furniture, and improving the look and feel of the branches. And the continued development of our Computer Sustainability Fund, which will be complete in 2018 and then inflated each year as part of the consumer price increase. And finally, by continuing to add more dollars to our physical and electronic collections. To meet these changes, we continue to shift resources from our wage line. With changes in departments, we are streamlining services, combining roles, and cross-training in order to increase capacity. With our single service point model, we will reduce our staff replacement budget as we have greater depth of coverage. And finally, we are looking at ways of limiting the growth in our benefit costs. The library base funding request includes a 2.4% cost of living increase and is balanced. What doesn't appear in the budget is the outcome of collective bargaining. We are in the middle of that. We have set aside amounts to cover expected wage benefit and other increases. To touch on a few of the major changes, we are seeing an increase in photocopying revenue as part of our rollout of our print release software. We are moving a second photocopy to the public area to meet the growing demand for printing, faxing, and scanning services. Who knew faxing was around, but the CRA insists on faxing. Our primary software provider is seeking a 33% increase in annual maintenance, over $12,000 per year, fortunately still in Canadian dollars. Our automated sorter supplier is seeking a $10,000 increase to provide software improvements, this in US dollars. We are seeing a significant reduction in our processing supplies costs as we purchase items directly, already processed, as well as reduce how much processing an item receives. It's a bit of a double-edged sword because, of course, we do have to pay for the processing, but overall we are in a savings mode. There was a one-time increase in legal fees related to a labor arbitration expected in 2017. With the completion of our IT upgrade, we expect to see a major reduction in our telecommunications costs, partially offset by utility costs and higher internet bandwidth fees. For 2017, we are increasing our collection budget by $25,000 for electronic resources and $25,000 for physical resources. The library is requesting base funding of $4,907,479 in 2017. We have only one new request, and it's a continuing request. Since 2015, we've asked for increased resources for our collections every year. This is our second highest priority, and with the IT project completed, we will be moving forward with trying to increase our material resources going forward. Since our presentation in 2015, we have reallocated over $113,000 cumulatively per year to our collections budget, plus received an additional $25,000 annually from the city. In 2015, we spent $3.19 per capita. In 2017, we'll be spending $4.15 per capita, a 30% increase. Even with this change, we are not meeting current demand. Proliferation of formats means we have to provide resources in many formats where we used to provide them in 2 or 3. The instant gratification of the Google generation means people aren't prepared to place holds and wait. Further, these challenges, the fall in the Canadian dollar, reducing our buying power, and the move to licensing rather than purchase models in the online resources world means we need to repurchase items faster than in the past. To meet the information and recreation needs of Coquitlam, we need to increase both our physical and electronic resources. As part of our strategic plan, we seek to increase online resources to improve our innovation and learning tools, add additional e-book resources, and complete a major upgrade to our non-English language collections. The library is requesting an additional $50,000 annually to improve our collections. Our total grant request is for $4,907,479, plus an additional $50,000. So our total funding request for 2017 is $4,957,479. We conclude with a slide with a comment from our online library user. Lynda.com is an online catalog of courses used by major corporations like Google and Apple. We make it available to all residents for free who have a library card. With her comment about our online tools, the picture of a young boy working on a science experiment, community members learning about the history of Maillardville, and people young and old experiencing a new culture, the library touches everyone in our community. This concludes our prepared comments. Alice and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Did you bring that banana experiment here? No.
That looks really cool, doesn't it?
It really does. Councillor O'Neill. Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you very much. And congratulations on all the progress you've made on so many different fronts. I'm very impressed with the work that's going on at the library. As a former board member, I know all the hard work that the board puts in and the staff, and I think it's all that work is paying dividends now. All the plans coming to fruition. Very impressed. Congratulations. Want to just talk about the 2 things. One is the 2015 annual report here, and this lists finances revenue of $5.373 million and expenditures of $5.232 million, which, if you subtract one from the other, it leads to a surplus of $140,800. In your detailed binder, however, the surplus is reported as almost exactly $10,000 more. I wasn't able to compare all the figures top to bottom about where the discrepancy is, but I think I gave Ms. Hale a heads up that I was going to be asking this question. I'm not sure if you're able to account for the difference between the 2015 annual report here and the figure that's in the binder. It's $10,000 difference in the surplus.
Off the top of my head, I can't. I can give you some guesses,
Okay.
particularly around
Well,
rounding, but I can get you the information. I'll go back and take a look at it. But
okay.
One is accounting. One is more sort of rounded, giving round figures. One is direct actuals. And we were transferring, because of a lot of the one-time money, we were moving things around so we could keep it in this year's budget and not actually just put it into a surplus. We put it into capital reserve. So I suspect that that's something that happened.
By the way, it's good that you have a bit of a surplus and that you are putting into reserve. That's always good planning. Second question is the cost of living increase that you're getting. This binder, of course, was prepared earlier than your slide presentation. Shows that you're preparing for a 1.7% inflationary increase, and on top of that, you were requesting the $50,000, the same $50,000 you were requesting here. Yet, after this was put together, you learned that, as the slideshow shows, that you're getting a 2.4% cost of living increase, and yet you're still asking for the $50,000. However, the difference between the 2.4% increase that you're now going to be getting and the 1.7% increase you thought you're going to be getting is $33,000. That's pretty substantial. Is your real need now only just the $17,000, actually $16,500? Is that what you were really asking for because you got this bonus CPI increase?
Well, when I take a look at it, that $50,000 increase in collections money will go directly to the collection line. The increase in money from the city, right now I can put it in several other budget lines to cover other holes. Every year we've had to reduce our staffing budget line by about $100,000. That's pretty much all of our staff are focused on front lines. That additional $50,000 is going to reduce the amount of money that we essentially have to cut from our wage line.
So the additional $33,000.
The additional $33,000 will be, we have when I created that, I did not know what our union was going to ask for in bargaining. They are asking for some significant issues. We have other significant costs that are impacting that we have to internally fund that are way beyond the 1.7 increase. So to me, the 2.4% is really catching up over a couple of years of increases that we've had to cut out of other budget lines. So the short answer is no, we need both. Of course, it's up to City Council to balance those needs. I have presented a balanced budget. The board approved that balanced budget. We do feel we need the $50,000 because if we use the extra 0.7% to cover those costs, we'll have to cut somewhere else, primarily out of wages. And we've been cutting every year for a significant period of time to cover those other costs.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Councillor Hodge.
Thank you. I was going to ask a similar question, so I thank you for the clarification. In your explanation, you did mention that you're underfunded in areas, and that can result in cuts frontline servicing. But on one of your slides, you mentioned that some of the areas of change are management and department restructuring. I wasn't here when you came to speak, but we have had a number of emails, as you're aware, from citizens and possibly employees, but library users, concerned that some of the restructuring plans could impact the budget, and that's why I'm asking it now, because it is budget time. So I'd just like to have a comment from you on how the restructure, not what you're doing, because that's not what we're talking about, but the impact that has on the budget, and in turn, does that budget then impact staff?
Well, I'm pleased to say that when we made the announcement, we had all but one of the positions filled internally. So there was no impact or very limited impact on staff. From a budget standpoint, there was an increase as you give people more responsibility. There was a very modest increase across essentially 6 different positions. That was absorbed by reallocation internally. So our essentially wage line hasn't changed. So yes, there's been reallocation. Yes, there's been some changes, and we've been trying to deal with those changes through changing how we provide service. We do believe that with this new management structure, we will be able to provide better service with the people that we have. We'll be able to train them better. We'll be able to supervise them better. We'll be able to essentially ensure they have the needs in order to be able to do a better job, which we're getting under the previous system.
And to Councillor, the answer you gave to Councillor O'Neill when you said that there are some shortfalls in areas that you still need that full 2.4 plus the 50,000. So presumably some of that, one of those shortfalls is in an area because of the restructuring. That's creating one of those holes that you do need to fill then. Is that what I was hearing, or one of many?
So essentially, I don't see it that way, because essentially we've essentially restructured the entire organization. So all of our departments have changed. We're changing how people provide service on desks. We're primarily trying to target making departments essentially bigger with more robustness, so that when people are away, we don't have to bring in part-timers. But we're trying to massively increase our promotions and marketing. We're trying to increase our training and development. All of those costs are impacting. So yes, there's a cost to the restructuring, but most of that cost is actually being taken up by essentially making other changes internally.
And you had accounted for that in your original budget before you knew that?
Correct.
Anyway, okay. Great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Reid.
Thank you. Thanks for everything. I've been on the library board so many times through the years, and it's great to see where you are. It's a fabulous place. One question. At the Universal Accessibility Committee, there was an issue with the elevator that goes up to the top meeting room. Was that resolved? Apparently you can't, it never was for occupancy, I gather. It's just for moving books. Or
that's one of those things where
I'm asking at budget time in case there's an issue.
No, actually, it was just simply an oversight. It's one of those things where everything worked perfectly. We just didn't tell the public how to get access. So that was resolved by putting a sign up saying, ask staff. That's literally what it turned out. The person did not know they had to ask staff to get a key to work the elevator. It didn't say that. So it was simply an oversight that was corrected literally within 24 hours. We just put a sign up.
Apparently, you have to have a very skinny elevator or a very skinny wheelchair to get on it.
It is not the most. It
accessible.
Works. It works.
So there's no funds needed to do any adjustments or anything?
That would be an extremely significant cost and would have to be discussed with city facilities because you're taking out concrete.
And you can also schedule other meeting rooms.
Yeah, that is one boardroom that needs the wheelchair accessibility and then staff area, whereas all those meetings can be served elsewhere.
Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. And there were no budgetary implications to the sign that said ask staff?
Just a photocopier, which we paid for.
Councillor Towner.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation today and for coming in. On your screen, year-to-date successes, you have one there that's about refugees. And I just want to give you some feedback. I've done quite a bit of work welcoming the refugees and helping with a task group in our city. And over and over again, no matter where we take them, what kind of event we go to, what time we spend with them, when we ask them what they love the most about their new home in Coquitlam, over and over again we hear the library, and their eyes light up. So you're having a really positive impact on that one particular segment of our population, and it really shows the changing role of the libraries in our community, and I just want to thank you for your positive impact that you're having.
I think one of our biggest issues is that we're actually a little bit of a victim of our own success. Our biggest complaints now is that there's no seating, it's too loud, there's too many people. So we're in the process of creating some private, some silent areas, some silent reading areas to try and give people some quiet space that traditional library feel. But so yeah, it's pretty exciting to hear some of the comments that are being made by the community.
The community outreach, the library link, and the toy library now, all that kind of stuff. It's great. So thank you.
Actually, on the issue of noise, have we had a discussion about the possibility of noise absorption in City Centre Library? And I realize it would be a significant capital project, but it's a hard library. It's a lot of hard surface, and noise absorption is obviously necessary when you get that kind of.
It was one of those things we discussed as part of our original 2015 budget plan, but it never made it to the table because of some of the costs. We are looking at mitigating in some of the meeting rooms, but to do anything substantial in that building would be very costly.
We'll look at the time. Thank you very much. Seeing none others, we really appreciate your coming in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take our scheduled recess for lunch, and we'll reconvene at 12:30. Okay, we'll get going. Okay, we'll get going. Okay, call the meeting back to order. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our next presentation is our first one from our cultural groups. I'd like to invite Ms. Joan McCauley to please come forward to present on Place des Arts.
Good day, Ms. McCauley.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome my board members. I have our board chair, Barb Hobson, and our directors, Steve Kim and Charlene Sutherland, are here today.
Thank you very much. I do want to excuse Councillor Marsden. He was called away for personal reasons, but he'll undoubtedly be watching online later. Okay.
Great. I want to start off by saying thank you on behalf of board and staff. Your generous annual operating grant allows us to deliver to the community quality programs and meaningful events that make us a valued and trusted City of Coquitlam cultural resource. And it's my pleasure to be here today to present our 2017 budget request. As you all know, people of all ages and backgrounds come to Place des Arts to experience the arts in a variety of ways, whether it's on a weekly basis for private lessons or classes in a variety of different arts disciplines, periodically to attend a concert or exhibition, or just once a year for one of our great community events that has maybe become a family tradition. We always want everyone to feel welcome and engaged. We truly do aim to inspire the artist in everyone. We are one of Coquitlam's vibrant cultural hubs, and we are proud to play an important role in the delivery of a diverse range of affordable visual and performing arts programming to the citizens of Coquitlam. As one of your cultural partners, it is important for us to strive to increase access to and encourage more participation in the arts to the people of Coquitlam. This aim aligns with the city's strategic goal of increasing active participation and creativity and fulfills the cultural plan, strategic plan goal of building community capacity through the objectives of strengthening neighborhood cultural development and meeting the needs of youth. So I'd like to tell you how we work towards achieving these goals in the 2015-16 season. We heard from our adults that there are barriers to their participation, not only financial, but also due to lack of time. So we responded by offering free or low cost just for adult events, and also by offering adult mini sessions that allow adults to explore their creativity in just 4 classes or less. This resulted in broader engagement, and because they were so successful, we offered more this season. We committed to fostering our youth engagement efforts, and I'm thrilled to tell you that they're gaining momentum. Through performance and volunteer opportunities, we engage youth directly and help to build social connection and a sense of belonging. Not only have our youth told us that they want more performance opportunities, we know that providing performance opportunities is integral to building and delivering successful music, dance, and theater programs. This past season, we provided our teens opportunities to perform out in the community, at Place des Arts events, and at local theaters for their year-end productions. Now, our summer teen theater troupe is a fantastic example of how we provide performance opportunities out in the community. Last summer, 6 talented local teens took their show to local parks and to Coquitlam 125 signature events to entertain over 1,000 Coquitlam camp participants and residents with their show, Radio Coquitlam, a summertime vaudeville. This is a valuable program because we know there is a higher level of engagement and ownership when teens are working towards a performance. And when that level of engagement is higher, the experience is more meaningful and energizing and exciting, and that experience naturally translates to the audience, which then benefits everyone. This is an excellent demonstration of how a program can meet the needs of youth and also help to strengthen neighborhood cultural development. Another way to engage youth is to give them a voice. We do this through our Volunteer Arts Council. Members of the council advise Place-des-Arts on our youth arts programs and develop and implement 2 youth-oriented events each season. And actually this past season we had a really enthusiastic response. We had more applications than we could accommodate, and we've capped the council at almost 20 members. We recognize that to engage more children and youth, we have to increase the access. So our free artist in residence program was successful in doing this. The 3 residencies we offered were designed to build cultural understanding and help participants develop new skills and explore their creativity through the arts. Most of these free residencies were offered during the days to children and youth on field trips. We also held them during several Place-des-Arts events and out in the community for all ages to enjoy. Other ways we are continuing to improve access to the arts for Coquitlam residents is by providing bursaries, subsidies to our arts education programs, and of course through our many free and low-cost events and performances that are open to the public. We also took the arts out into the community through our Art a la carte program that we hold in Coquitlam elementary and middle schools and at events organized by the city and other community groups where we provided free arts activities for the public to enjoy. We contribute to the local economy by providing employment in the creative sector. Apart from providing jobs for our own administrative and programming staff, we engaged almost 100 professional artists and educators to teach our programs. Our mandate to provide exhibition space attracts local artists and artisans to our center to display and sell their work in our 3 galleries and artisan shop. Just to give you a little tidbit of information, we have 290 linear feet of exhibition space. We hold up to 24 exhibitions per year, and which amounts to about 700 to 800 works of art that we mount each year. Place-des-Arts continues to enhance the sustainability of city services and infrastructure through improved technology. In 2015-16, we upgraded to Office 365, and with the help of your one-time grant last year, we transitioned to ActiveNet recreation management software this past spring. And I say that very chipper, but it was very difficult. Another way we enhanced sustainability was through our conservation project. Place-des-Arts developed an innovative public art education program that we delivered through arts activities, and it received the city's Environmental Educator Award. And this project demonstrates the important role arts can play to create social change. Our committed volunteer board of directors donate their time and expertise to govern Place-des-Arts. With a vision, mission, and core values review completed in 2015, the board continued its framework and governance policy review in 2016, and we are currently developing an integration plan for our new organizational core values, which underpin our culture, articulate what we stand for, govern our relationships, and guide us in decision-making. So I'd like to highlight some of our key performance measures. The number of visits, which has been increasing over the years, indicates that what we are offering to the community is successfully attracting an audience. And when we experience more visits, it translates into a vibrancy that you can feel when you walk into our building. And that generates an increased feeling of well-being and social connection. Our core service is providing quality arts education programs, and the number of registrations is one indicator that tells us how well we are delivering this service. Another way we measure the success of our programming is through our go rate, which is the number of classes that run versus those that don't because of low enrollment. In 2015, our go rate was 90%. Of course, collecting feedback measures the temperature of our customer satisfaction, and it helps us to improve and informs future programs. The higher the temperature, the better we're doing. 90% of our clients who completed evaluation surveys were very satisfied with program content and instruction. And as a nonprofit, of course, volunteers are vital to our operations, providing much needed human resources. This number indicates how well we are attracting volunteers and how well we are managing the program. So now on to the financial summary. These charts illustrate our 2015 financials. On the revenues pie chart, grants, including the operating grant that we received from you, as well as sponsorships, donations, and other fundraising efforts, comprise 38% of our budget, and the other 62% is generated from our program revenues, facility rentals, and exhibition and artisan shop sales. Our budget was closely tracked. Total revenues exceeded expenses by 0.2%. And on to our 2017 request. These charts illustrate our 2017 proposed base budget with revenues and expenditures reflecting the city's allocated 2.4% CPI. And our new requests. We have 3 this year. Our first request is ongoing funding for a permanent part-time financial assistant. This is our 3rd year coming forward with this request as it remains a high priority for us. 44% increase in registrations since 2007 has impacted the volume and complexity of work performed by our financial coordinator, who completes all key accounting responsibilities. For 3 years running, the Society's auditor has recommended in the management letter that we ensure a second person can perform the annual cycle of accounting responsibilities. This will minimize risk to the organization that we are currently exposed to. And we are exposed to risk because the financial coordinator is the only person who can perform all this critical role, and should we experience staff turnover or the financial coordinator can't perform the role for any length of time, operations would be significantly compromised. But because our current staff is working to capacity or over capacity, it's really creating a barrier to cross-training and sharing of the workload. So funding would allow us to permanent funding would allow us to fully cross-train and ensure all accounting duties can be performed in the financial coordinator's absence. We reviewed our costs internally, and we can cover 40% of the position salary, as the position is permanent status, though. Rising salaries, benefit costs, and other contractual obligations impede our ability to provide the additional 60% required. Granting funding for this position will protect your investment in Place des Arts by allowing us to have a second person to perform this role and therefore mitigate risk to the organization. Our second request is for ongoing funding for operating costs related to our new registration software. We are respectfully requesting $15,000 per year to help cover costs associated with this new system. Our registration system is a key business application for us, as we process over 7,000 registrations for classes and lessons each year. And the active net costs include a technology fee that is charged to all transactions, including all cash, check, debit, credit card payments, a per transaction fee for all debit transactions, and a percentage charged to all electronic check payments. And then in addition to this, the switch to ActiveNet's in-house payment processing for all credit card transactions is 0.5 to 0.75% higher than what we were paying for with our previous provider. Total projected costs for operating with ActiveNet is $60,000. In 2017, we will implement fee increases. However, these will only cover a portion of the ongoing costs. Place des Arts has budgeted to cover $45,000 of the total cost, $30,000 allocated from existing budget, and $15,000 that we're projecting from fee increases. As these measures will not cover the entire cost associated with ActiveNet, we are requesting $15,000 from council. And as I've mentioned, we will increase fees, which we do on a regular basis, to cover ever-increasing operating costs such as IT support, software subscription fees, and contractual obligations that the city's CPI allocation does not cover. And as we are the primary provider of arts education for the city, any further increases at this time will make arts programs inaccessible to more Coquitlam residents. Finally, Place des Arts is respectfully requesting additional ongoing funding of $20,000 to fund our Artist in Residence program for children and teens. Building on the success of our previous 2 residencies from the past 2 years, the 2017 program will provide opportunities to participate in meaningful arts activities for up to 1,200 Coquitlam children with 4 intercultural residencies. Children will have the chance to express themselves creatively and develop a greater sense of self-awareness, build new skills, and gain a deeper understanding of different cultures through the arts. And in our proposed 4-week summer performing arts residency, local teams will be invited to work with and learn from professional theatre artists by mounting a family-friendly musical adaptation of Shakespeare's rollicking romantic comedy A Midsummer Night's Dream. During the first 3 weeks of the program, the actors will rehearse and then perform scenes from the play for Coquitlam summer camp participants at local parks. They will also engage the audience in theater games and exercises and introduce them to the wonderful world of theater. And in the final week, the program will include up to 5 full-length performances of A Midsummer Night's Dream at the Town Centre Park Performance Plaza. The plaza will be the ideal setting for audiences to participate in a full and rich theatrical experience. This residency will animate our wonderful new performance space while providing the teen actors with exciting performance opportunities. This chart summarizes our new requests, and as you can see, we're coming up with almost 60% of the cost through our operating budget and increases to program fees, and also through other fundraising initiatives. This slide summarizes our total 2017 budget request, including new requests in our base budget. And on behalf of board and staff, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present to you today and ask that you consider our 3 funding requests that will assist us in increasing our capacity to deliver arts and culture services to Coquitlam residents. Your understanding of the value of arts and your commitment to investing in its future development in Coquitlam is deeply appreciated and will benefit everyone. The arts shouldn't be considered or treated as a frill. And I just wanted to end with a quote from Kevin Zhang, our Volunteer Youth Arts Council president, who recently spoke at our donor appreciation event and will probably one day be the Prime Minister. He said, "The current generation of children and youth of today are our future generation of adults. They will, in essence, determine the course of our society for the benefit of us all, ensuring that they have the opportunity to experience and partake in the arts gives them a creative outlet, keeps them off the streets, and provides skill sets that will serve them for life." Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just make one quick comment. I must say that we saw the financial assistant position last year as well, different amount. And I remember thinking at the time, and probably should have mentioned it, if it were money stretcher or if it were some name better than financial assistant, we'd probably be really excited about it. But it's unfortunately, it's a mundane task that needs to be done, and it's harder to get council to agree sometimes. So critical systems. We'll come up. We will come up with a different name, and we'll see what happens. Councillor Asmundson.
Thank you very much, Joan. Very good presentation. Just was asked earlier, probably what most groups today will be asked about, is that originally when you put your budget together, you were receiving a 1.7%, and it's now 2.4%. And there's a small increase in your budget, about $6,000. Are you going to be reducing one of your asks by that amount of money, or are you just going to be using that in your budget somewhere else?
Well, we can definitely apply it to our budget and to our asks. Yes.
Okay, so
But I haven't formally decreased any of our asks. I'd like to hopefully ask that we receive some of the funding, and we will look at reallocating it once we know the funding.
okay, so you're looking at using those funds in other areas within the, and you want to stick with asking for the same amounts on your request that you have presently in front of us.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you. I'm really impressed with the Artist in Residence program. It's just done so much for so many. I'm not sure in here when you say meet the needs of youth, is there a, you have a program, don't you, for youth that can't quite afford to come into some of the programs?
Yes, well, what we do with our annual fundraising efforts, we apply a certain dollar value, and we partner with the city with the Get Connected, Get Active program. And this subsidizes the programming. Also, when we go out into Coquitlam elementary schools, for the after-school programming, we do offer subsidized spots in those classes as well. And then we have our own bursaries, our own Place des Arts bursaries that are funded by the endowment fund.
Is that funded enough for the kids?
Well,
I know you can always use more money.
We can always use more.
Do you have a lot of kids left over that can't participate?
Well, it's hard to gauge. We don't know. We only know how when we offer the bursaries, they are used, and we know that there are many kids out there who don't even have the opportunity to partake in anything. And I think the Artist in Residence program is great for that, because it gives them an opportunity that they may not otherwise have, and a glimpse at participating in some kind of arts activity in a quality way. And I think that part is important.
That's the part I'd like to know. You know, how short we are on funding it.
That I would have to crunch the numbers on that. But I know that in our own area, and we're really targeting the Artist in Residence program to our specific neighborhood, all the local schools, because we know this area is socioeconomically disadvantaged. So
I'd be interested in hearing that.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. And Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask a question. Oh, by the way, I really do have to say it's a wonderful presentation. Very well done. Very impressive. And you're doing such great work there. A question about the Artist in Residence program, especially as it relates to the teen theater troupe. So if this $20,000 for the Artist in Residence is approved, that ends up being added to the base budget from now on, and that's a continuing ask. It's not a one-time ask.
Yes.
It seemed to me, though, that the rationale that you gave for having the teen theater troupe was just for this summer, this coming summer. You're talking about putting on Midsummer Night's Dream. Am I to understand that you then plan to do that every summer, same play every summer, or are you just talking about doing something different every summer? Or is it going to be a standard thing, which is actually a wonderful thing for the summer, but I imagine there's some repeat students and they probably won't want to do the same play every week summer. But so what are the thoughts there for the teen theater troupe for the summer?
So first of all, as you said, ongoing permanent funding will allow us to build a program. It will give us seed money, because we will be going out to ask for other grants and sponsorships. So, but the ongoing funding will allow us to plan appropriately and build the program. And the amphitheater or the Town Center Park Plaza is a beautiful venue, and I think that we at Place des Arts can see a lot of potential in building something like the teen theater troupe program that might look something like somewhere else downtown Vancouver. So that it could build every year and you could invite more youth to participate. We see a lot of potential in it, but at Place des Arts we like to start small We started, this was our third year with the Teen Theatre Project. We started small. We grew it the next year, and this past year, with the help of 125, we were able to provide them with better opportunities. So we see a lot of potential in that program. And it's unique. It's unique.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. And yes, of course, they would probably do a different play every year.
Okay. Bard and the Beach, Shakespeare by the Sky Terrain. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cirillo.
Well, that sounds really fun. I mean, I think as soon as we saw the roof kind of go on Town Center Park, into a lot of people's mind. So are there costs on top of this for the program to be able to be seen or done at Town Center Park? Like, is it a charged event or is it a free event?
Right now, it's planned to be a free event. Mm-hmm.
So this financial ask, does it have any costs associated with running it at Town Center Park, or?
Yes, we plan on running it up to 5 performances. So the budget includes the rental of the Park Plaza. It includes the sound equipment that we would need, and it's very modest, very pared down sound equipment. It covers everything.
Okay, washrooms?
No.
And we won't need fencing because it's free, right?
Yes, and I would anticipate, we are anticipating a modest audience to start with. As it builds, everything takes a while to build.
Any thoughts of food, or even just like popcorn or any refreshment?
Yeah, I'll bring my popper.
Okay. Sounds really fun. Thank you. Sorry, so.
Okay, there's enough hot air here, okay, already.
But I don't think the whole budget request, the whole 20,000
corny.
budget request is not just for Town Center Park, right? There is some other.
Yes, it includes the children portion is the intercultural residencies,
yes.
And then the teen portion is the summer theater troupe. So it's two-pronged.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
We're a pretty corny group here. Okay, seeing no others, thank you very much.
Thank you. Did you guys get a new microphone? It's like, whoa.
Yes, it doesn't look much like a microphone. It looks like...
Yeah.
It was more like 5.
Till we came up with a better name for it. Madam Clerk, save us, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our next presentation is from Mr. Luke Paulson, who will be speaking to Société Place Maillardville.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stewart and all members of Council. On behalf of our Board of Directors, our staff and our patrons, I want to thank you for this opportunity to present to you today. With me today, I have Bill Boons, our President, from our Board of Directors, and from our core staff team, Deanne Morrison and Melissa Bizier. I'd like to start off with by refreshing you on our 5-year strategic plan that we set up in 2015. We came up with a new board vision, mission, and set of values. And these are our guiding principles that we're kind of living by for the next 3.5 years. So I'm going to highlight some of the key phrases from our vision. We are vibrant and inclusive. We're serving the diverse residents of Maillardville. We're integrating Maillardville's Francophone history with its multicultural future. And Place Maillardville is a symbol of our neighborhood. We're proud of our past, fully engaged in the present, and confident in our future. We have 9 strategic goals, and I'd like to highlight those with you today. broken down into 3 strategic directions. The first one's relevance. The first goal is to position Place Maillardville as a central hub for social programs and services for community development and activities that strengthen the Maillardville neighborhood. The second is to expand definition of programming space to bring the programs and services to the residents. The third is to expand the reach to residents within Maillardville through direct and indirect programming. And our second strategic direction is community inclusion and engagement. And our fourth goal is to work with the Maillardville neighborhood to develop a variety of programs to meet the needs of Maillardville's diverse residents. Our final goals all fall under sustainable operations. So our fifth goal is to develop mutually beneficial partnership with the City of Coquitlam to include clearly defined roles, responsibilities, service levels, outcomes, financial and performance indicators. To work with the community to develop a sustainable long-term facility plan to meet the changing needs of our community. To develop a short-term operating model that balances direct service delivery to the community through community partnerships. To diversify revenue and to continue to build board and staff capacity. For the next several slides, I want to show some highlights from 2015. I've got a number of our different program areas that I want to highlight from our successes from 2015, as well as some community impact stories. I always find telling a story of supporting people really reflects what we do down there. Do they look like Smarties? That was actually the tumble bus, that one there from our event. And the girls are playing in the balls there with us in each shot. So I'll start off with our participation numbers. So I'm pleased to report that our program registration numbers from Coquitlam remain high, with 80% of all registrations coming from the Coquitlam residents. And of that number, 47% are residents of Maillardville. The total number of registrations also grew from 2,600 roughly in 2014 to 3,183 in 2015. So that was a 22% increase. In 2014, we also saw a 14.5% increase. We're busy down there. The place is packed. In 2015, our total visits worked out to be 36,400. That was an increase of almost 6,000, or 20%, just under 20% over 2014. These figures include registered programs and drop-in programs, but not necessarily all of our rental programs, although we are working hard to try and capture all of those numbers correctly. So for our after-school programs, we get support from the United Way of the Lower Mainland. We're able to offer extensive set of after-school programs in 4 local elementary schools and one middle school, namely Alderson, Lord Baden-Powell, Rochester, Cape Horn, and Millard Middle. In 2015, we had 662 children registered. That was an increase of 25% from 2013 and 7% from 2014. That worked out to be 5,650 points of contact throughout the year. There were 41 programs offered, and to give you an idea of some of the programs that we do offer, pickleball, crafts blocks and yoga, sports and games, and at Millard Middle we had a Magic the Gathering club, which the kids love. We had 28 children on our wait list. Again, we always do as much as we can to get every child in. We always work with the school principals and administration to make sure that the kids that need it most are first on that list, but there are always some that don't quite make it in. And 31% are admitted at no cost, and that's, again, working with the school administration to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the kids that really need it, taking cost away as a barrier. The next section I'd like to highlight is our youth programs. So we offered a variety of programs for youth in 2015, and these are a few of the highlights. So we offer a youth drop-in at our center 5 days a week. We saw 2,600 youth visits in 2015. In 2015, we actually were lucky to get a grant from the Ministry of Justice to run 2 sessions of a First Nations Girls Club. The youth built connections, learned job skills, and built up their self-esteem. Through grant funding from Van City, our Job Club program empowered youth to take the scariness out of a job search, learn to write a resume, and do mock interviews. We ran 2 sessions in 2015. And at Maillard Middle, we had a number of programs, including an intramural lunch program that ran for 21 weeks with over 40 youth, a Future Chefs program. We ran a total of 8 weeks with 24 youth, and a Magic the Gathering, which I mentioned earlier, which ran for 6 weeks with 15 youth. And that leads me to my first story. So it's a story of one of our youth. In January, a local family came to our community center to see what we had to offer. They had lived in our neighborhood for a while, but they had never come in. So our youth coordinator spoke with the dad and discovered that their oldest son, a 14-year-old at the time, was having difficulty making friends, was being bullied at school, and struggling in social situations. His son, who was with him, couldn't even look at our coordinator in the eye. The coordinator told the dad that we have an after-school drop-in program for youth and great volunteer opportunities. With much hesitation, the son agreed to come to after-school drop-in the following week and enrolled to volunteer. On the first day of drop-in, his mom waited in the car. He wasn't quite sure. He was quite quiet and reserved, and he sat in the lobby and kept to himself, didn't talk to anyone. So our youth coordinator approached him and said, "Hey, do you want to play a game of pool?" As the game progressed, the youth started to talk a little bit more with the coordinator and expressed that he was having a hard time approaching people and starting conversations. The coordinator assured him that our drop-in is a safe space and bullying is not tolerated. She suggested that they invite some others attendees of the drop-in to bake some brownies. Cooking can always bring out the best in kids. So the young man not only excelled at baking, but it bridged that divide that he felt between himself and connecting with the other youth in the drop-in. He was able to engage in this activity and enjoyed himself among his peers. The following week, the mom didn't have to wait in the car. As time went on, this man really opened up. He started feeling connection with our coordinator and with other youth in the drop-in. He felt safe and created to start friendships. This youth now is a fantastic volunteer. In 1 year, he's achieved 200 volunteer hours in our summer camp program. He's made new friends at a new school and even has the confidence to stand up in front of a microphone and talk to his peers. His mother cannot believe how much he's flourished. During his high school orientation, his mother came to our program manager, gave her a big hug and whispered, "Thank you." I think that story really illustrates how we worked hard to create an environment where the members of our community can thrive. Next, I'd like to get into our registrations by season. So earlier I showed you a stat with our registrations, how our numbers have jumped up. I wanted to break them down into 4 different seasons and show you how they've grown over each season. In this slide, you can really see how our fall and our winter programming in particular saw a significant increase in registrations. To see that in a different way, I've also broken it down graphically. Volunteers play a big role in our organization and definitely contribute to our continued success. They dedicate their time to the delivery of high-quality programs. In 2015, we had 117 active volunteers, and that's 22 more than the previous year. Combined, they delivered over 4,500 hours. So I put up here a list of our donors and some of our sponsors and partners. I couldn't put it all on one slide, but I wanted to make sure that I mentioned that our donors, sponsors, and partners play such an important role in our continued success. We're so thankful to all these donors and organizations. Because of them, we're able to do the great work that we do. We partner with 40 different agencies and groups in the community throughout the year. Organizations such as SHARE, West Coast Family Resources, the Tri-Cities Early Childhood Development Committee, and the Middle Childhood Matters Committee. We work collaboratively in the community as well. For example, with Canadian Blood Services, the Community Integration Services Society's Java House, Volunteer Connections Flying Squad, and the Kinsmen. Our revenues are growing. I want to illustrate our revenue growth over the past year as compared to previous years. So in 2015, we maintained sound financial growth with revenue increasing by 10.5%. So that was an increase of $70,682 over the previous year. This was due to an increase in funding from the Government of Canada, the Summer Jobs Grant, the City of Coquitlam, a significant increase in our program registration revenue, and through a number of grants, one-time grants, including Ministry of Justice, and a one-time grant from United Way of Lower Mainland. One of the cornerstones of our offerings is our family programming. We have a family drop-in program that's offered 3 times a week, plus 1 time at Alderson Elementary, a sports drop-in, and 1 session for parents 0 to 18 every week. So that's 5 different offerings each week. In 2015, we served 650 patrons. That's 350 children and 300 parents. We offer Mother Goose. In 2015, we ran it twice, and that was in partnership with Share in one instance and West Coast Family Resource Center in the other. And we ran seasonal themed events. So each year we offer, each season we offer a different program for families to come together, including Easter, Halloween, and Christmas. And of course, in 2015, we ran our Family Fun Day event. In 2015, we engaged our local community for a day of games, crafts, music, and a showcase of our community partners. We had over 425 people in attendance. I have another story to share, and this one's of a family that's new to our center. So a family of 4, originally from Iran, 2 adults, 1 3-year-old, and 1 baby, came recently to our center for the Fraser Health Immunization Clinic to have their baby immunized. So while they're waiting in the lobby, the 3-year-old, as they do, started to wander around and saw the French play school in action and all the toys, so he kind of wandered in. And Mehdi, our play school instructor, invited him and his parents to come on in and take a look at the program and what they have to offer. He said, why doesn't the boy stay? And the parents and the baby could get their needs taken care of, and he can play with us. At the end of that play school, the child did not want to leave. He had such a great time that the parents registered him in the play school for 3 days a week. And they've subsequently registered him for the other 2 days, bringing him to our center 5 days a week, as well as some of our afternoon programs. The mom mentioned that they had been to 5 different daycares and preschool programs, and their son would not go back to any of them. She said she just loves how friendly and caring all the staff are, and her son is eager to come to play school each day. I think this is a remarkable story that truly reflects the nature of our friendly and welcoming staff and the dedication that they give to ensure the guests feel welcome. So next I'd like to talk about our 2017 requests. The first is an ongoing request for an hourly rate increase for our core staff team. And the second is a 1-year request for support towards our Family Fun Day event. The 2 requests total $14,348. I also wanted to note that a couple of weeks ago we got notice of the contractual and inflationary increase being changed from 1.7 to 2.4%, making that base budget amount rise to $10,219. For our first request, we have a dedicated staff team. Maintaining a strong management team allows for the sustainability of programs and community events and helps to increase active participation and creativity, a key strategic goal of the city. Retaining our core staff team ties into the city's goal to expand local jobs, local prosperity, and allows us to offer consistent and exceptional programs to our community. Our core staff team last received a rate increase in 2014, where they received a $1 per hour increase. They work very hard and deserve to be compensated for their work. In addition to the 2 city goals that I've already mentioned, I also want to mention that our team works very hard to ensure that we strengthen our neighborhood by offering quality programs and by bringing our neighbors together in a meaningful way. We are requesting a $1 per hour increase for 6 key staff, and that's for 2 managers and 4 coordinators, totaling $11,873. Our second request is for support towards our Family Fun Day event. So Family Fun Day in 2017 is a day for the community of Maillardville to gather together for a free event featuring live entertainment, crafts, sports, games, and a showcase of our local community partners. It's a community gathering that supports two of the city goals. It strengthens our neighborhoods by bringing neighbors from the community together, creating connections and bonds. And it increases active participation and creativity by showcasing programs in the community and by providing a venue for families and guests to interact and have fun. In 2015, the event saw 425 people in attendance and over 300 in 2016. In 2016, we unfortunately were quite rained out. It was the rainiest day of the year. But I think that really goes to show the dedication of the people, having 300 people still show up. And in 2016, of course, we celebrated the Coquitlam's 125th. We had cupcakes for all the kids, and we did have support from the Spirit of Coquitlam grant in order to get staging, porta potties, and craft supplies. Our request for 2017 consists of 3 event items. So the first is for the rental of a stage and tent, and that's to host live music and entertainment on the main stage. Portable toilet rental, and that's basically to accommodate the large number of guests outside in the parking lot. And the final is for arts and crafts supplies, and that's to provide children's activities at the event. The total for this request is $2,475. I want to thank you very much for your time and consideration from myself and on behalf of my board of directors. We look forward to working together with you in 2017.
Thank you. And we've got Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you for the presentation today. First, I want to say thank you to you and your team and the staff for the work you do. I think you deliver a great program and it's great value. I do have a question on the, and I'm not concerned about the fact that it's 2.4 versus the original amount on the how we do the CPI adjustment, but just that I note that you've asked for an increase for staff over and above that. Did you factor some of the staff increase into the automatic adjustment? Because you've listed it as a separate item, knowing that you were going to get a base increase. So are you proposing a base increase plus the $1 an hour, or is that wrapped into one?
It would be in addition to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks. Just to add to what Councillor Hodge was saying, I want to also thank you for being part of the 125 task force. It's great to have your involvement and created a big impact, so thank you for doing that. I just wanted to clarify for the Family Fun Day last year, you received money for the stage and tent rental from the Spirit Grant. So because of our change in policy, you can't apply for a Spirit Grant, so that's why it's in this. Okay, that's great. This past summer, it was tied into the Mackin Park Neighborhood Night. If Mackin Park has a neighborhood night next year, would you plan to tie into that as well, or keep it separate?
It'd be separate from Family Fun Day, but we would want to be involved in Mackin Park Neighborhood Night too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. Thank you for your good presentation. Very interesting, as always. Looking at your 2015 actuals and budget, there was a variance there, and it seems to suggest you have a surplus of some small surplus. Is that right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, $7,000 or so. What do you do with your surplus? Or do you have accumulated surplus somewhere, or what is it, one time only, and what was done with your surplus?
We do have some surplus that is kept as contingency. So each year, if there's excess revenue, depending on what source it's from, it's kept as contingency for the future. In some cases, like a case like that, there's pieces in here, other increases that we don't come forward for. We use that surplus for the following year to cover other staff costs. Like we didn't include any costs for some of our program staff, which we do plan to give them an increase as well.
So you're not slowly building up a surplus reserve somewhere, a reserve of some sort. You use the surplus the following year. Whatever's left over, you typically use it the following year. Is that what you're saying?
Some of it, yes, and some of it, I could crunch those numbers and see exactly what's done with it. But we do try to keep a little bit of a surplus to be kept as a contingency for down the road, though, too.
I sure have no, you have no recollection of the size of that little nest egg you might have going forward.
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, thank you.
You, Councillor Zerillo.
Thank you for coming out. I actually adore this community center. Someone said to me a few months ago, be the go-to person for different things, and to me this is the go-to place for people with kids, small kids and kids under the age of 17, really. This is really the go-to place. So I wonder if we could go back to the slides that talk about number of registrations.
Yeah.
And what I saw on that was there was increased registration, but it seemed to all come from Maillardville. So I'm wondering what the thoughts are, the attribute to why the registration is not across the city, but just in this one area. I mean, obviously it's location, but is there anything else that's been discussed attributing to those increased registrations? It's the bar chart.
Oh, the bar chart, yeah.
No, the other way. Yeah, just keep going. Sorry, I was talking to Craig.
You had to go back 14 slides, but I don't know how many you've gone back. There.
That one there?
Yeah, so if we see total registrations, you can see a nice lift on total registrations, the dark purple bar, and you can see the majority of that comes from Maillardville.
Yeah. I mean, our reach definitely can be beyond our specific community, but we work hard. There's a lot of word of mouth. There's a lot of marketing.
That's what I was wondering. Is it word of mouth or is it marketing?
I think it's a bit of both. Okay. I mean, we're in that community. We're constantly talking to our neighbors. The number of times we have someone that comes in for a birthday party or an event and asks about us, and then the next week they're registered. We're meeting people kind of that way as well. But it is a lot of people that are from our direct neighborhood. There's so many families. There's so many people in that neighborhood, and it amazes me the number of people we still meet though that are just learning of us. But we're capturing all those people. So it's partly that. It's partly offering, having more program activity, getting those registration numbers up.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder how important location is for the programs
we've said it before. It's in our vision and in our plan. But we're that central hub of the neighborhood. It's that gathering place. It's where people come. I think our Family Fun Day last year is a great example that in pouring rain, like you couldn't stand in it, you were soaked instantly, and we still had 300 people from the neighborhood come because this event was happening.
And I didn't see any parking issues that day either, so a lot of people although I think the church opened their parking.
We opened the church parking, yeah.
Well, I'm there twice a week because my daughter does Irish dancing, and there is an incredible Irish dancing club that runs out of your facility as well. I'm sure there's all kinds of hidden gems that we don't know about, but a plug for the Irish dancing if there's any people out there that want their children in that. It's an incredible teacher there, and they actually just came back from Scotland, and they were in Alberta last week for the competitions. I'm just going to share some philosophical stuff. Councillor Wilson has talked about it in the past. I watched The Mask You Live In again this weekend, which just talks about the type of boys that we're growing up. And I just think that your community center is an awesome opportunity for boys not to feel that they have to be so competitive, but to be more open with their emotions and their feelings and their needs, and I think it's a great opportunity to do that. And I said it last year and I'll say it again, it's invaluable what this community center offers to kids that are allowed the independence to walk from Millard or Rochester down the hill. I hear lots of parents that they're comfortable with the fact that it's basically a kids center. They see it as a kids center. They're comfortable with the fact that it's a kids center, and they're comfortable with the fact that there's a location. So I thank all of your staff. You have wonderful staff. I see them out in the parking lot talking to kids and trying to get them, comfortable. So I just can't say enough about what a great staff you have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad Councillor Zerillo brought us back to this slide, because I actually made a note to send you a note about this slide, because there's a bit of an error in the way you've shown the registration or the registrations. But I also had a question related to what constitutes Maillardville. The error is obviously the other and the Maillardville are intended to be the total whatever Coquitlam is, and the in this case, they're all cumulative, or rather, Maillardville is a subset of Coquitlam, but in the 2015 numbers, it isn't. The Maillardville is left out of Coquitlam in 2015. Otherwise, that would be a tall stack, and it would look a little bit more intuitive. My question was related to Maillardville. What constitutes Maillardville in your calculations? Because I know it's a sore point with Maillardville. Many of our community of Maillardville think of themselves as being in Maillardville, and we don't count them as being in, and others are included or excluded. Is Councillor Zerillo's home in Maillardville? Is my home in Maillardville? What's Maillardville? Or is it self-described or self?
And I mean, it is a bit tricky to calculate these stats without, to pull every registration and every postal code. But we definitely use street names. I would say that the planning department's map, which ends quite a bit lower than what we would count as Maillardville. So we would definitely count upwards towards Austin, whereas I think there's several blocks there in the planning department's boundary that we would count beyond that, if that makes sense.
Yep. No, it absolutely does. I hoped it did. I hoped you were including a larger area, the area that self-identifies perhaps as being in Maillardville.
Yep.
And from my perspective, that you are a neighborhood center like that is really important in the way in which we consider you as we contemplate the budget and the funding for your programs, because it really is an underserved part of Coquitlam. There's two significantly underserved parts of Coquitlam. Burquitlam, we're working on a YMCA, and Maillardville, which has had a community center, but one that still needs to reach its full potential. And that part mostly related to facilities. So I thank you very much for the programming side of that equation. Councillor Reid.
Thank you. It's looking wonderful. It's really nice to see this facility grow. On your donors, sponsors, and partners, you don't have the school board here. And you do partner with them on something, don't you?
Yep.
On school programs. So what is their share of the partnership? What do they contribute?
In terms of our school programming specifically? In terms of, so we're working with the school board, they provide the space. They also provide, in several cases, collaboration with us to be a part of their celebrations and the significant days that they hold each year. So they'll have rallies or they'll have barbecues. At the time of the holidays, they have different events, and we're always a part of those. So we're brought into the partnership in that respect. But in terms of the space, in terms of programming, that's what they're providing.
You're not transferring funds to the school board for anything, and vice versa. So.
Yeah.
Okay. And is the after-school program for kids that need help with homework and that still going on?
It comes and goes in waves. I think we are offering it right now. It depends on demand. That's one of those things. If we don't have the kids for it, then yeah.
So you are going to offer it?
I think this coming season we're going to offer it. So in the winter, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, just a follow-up on the last question I asked regarding your accumulated surpluses of $7,000 last year. I know I'm looking at more detail at your statements, and you have a cash position, but I know a lot of that cash is spoken for programs that have to be provided. So I don't see anywhere in there where you have a figure about what part of your cash that you have isn't spoken for, which actually represents sort of a surplus that you have. If you could look that up for us, I'd love to get that information by the end of the week, if you could, and send it to all council, and it'd be helpful to us.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I pride myself in being one of the first janitors at Place Maillardville when it was first built, and I'll say that again next year. Yeah. Oh, stop it, you. Yes. Thank you very much. I would love to get back to that. You stop it now. Yes. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our next presentation is from the Coquitlam Heritage Society. I'd like to invite Ms. Kendrina Bailey and Mr. Reg Wilford to please come forward to present.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stewart, councillors, and city staff. I am Kendrina Bailey, Executive Director at Coquitlam Heritage. Reg Wilford, our Director of Strategic Initiatives, and I will be presenting to you today. I will first give you a rundown of our past year and a glimpse at what is in store for 2017. Reg will then report on the Symposium Heritage Symposium held this past April. Coquitlam Heritage preserves, honors, and promotes the history and heritage of Coquitlam. We collect stories, artifacts, skills, and techniques used in the past, and through interpretation and presentation, share these items with the greater community. We currently care for and manage Mackin House, a 107-year-old heritage home with deep roots in the Maillardville and Fraser Mills communities. We are led by an exceptional 8-member board, many of whom are in the audience today. They offer expertise in heritage and non-profit appropriate disciplines such as intellectual property law, large-scale museums, academic libraries, heritage buildings, media, accounting, visual arts, heritage preservation, and nonprofit promotion and management. They are engaged, generous with their guidance, and committed to the organization, including its vision and mandate. Our workroom at Coquitlam Heritage is full of bright, creative professionals who specialize in heritage education, preservation, research, interpretation, and displays. This team is jointly led by Jasmine Moore, our Heritage Manager, and Stephanie Cleric, our Programs Manager. Together, they are designing exhibits, events, collection management plans and policies, and workshops, and educational support materials for our work both in the community and at Mackin House. They are also each mentoring heritage assistants, passing on the skills and experience these junior team members need to grow in their careers. Once again, we received federal funding for 2 summer students. One of these was a graphic design student who worked on the visuals for our first exhibit, and the other specialized in artifact management. He spent the summer researching and cataloging the newest pieces in our collection. Of course, in addition to our staff, we have a volunteer force of nearly 30 dedicated volunteers. They work at events, do the gardening, help with administrative support, and work on the board. In our efforts to preserve, honor, and to promote the history of Coquitlam, Coquitlam Heritage has undertaken an exploratory and consultative phase where we are talking to stakeholders about what they would like to see from their heritage society. We are still in the process of gathering more specific information, and Reg will give you a better look at the 2016 symposium itself, but several general things have become evident. We have been asked to, first, include more of Coquitlam. Second, increase the presence of heritage in the community, and third, tell more stories. In planning 2017 and beyond, we are mindful of these requests and suggestions. Coquitlam Heritage is ever striving to be a good community partner to the city, the community, other organizations, and local educators. We regularly partner with Coquitlam Public Library, City of Coquitlam Archives, Société Francophonie de Maillardville, and of course our Heritage Square partners, Place des Arts. This has led to our involvement in community events such as Festival du Bois, Canada Day, Brighten Up, Saint Jean-Baptiste, the city's Welcome event, the 125 Heritage Picnic, and PJ Storytime with CPL. In 2017, we will also be at Daisy Days and Tree Fest. As well, over the past year and a half, we have reached out to over 20 different local cultural organizations to establish the Coquitlam Heritage Coalition. This group has a common interest in gathering, promoting, and sharing the rich cultural heritage of Coquitlam. Coquitlam Heritage has participated in Communities in Bloom for the last few years. This year, we delivered a tour to the 2 judges, focusing on how Mackin House has embraced change over the decades to remain a vibrant, important part of the Coquitlam community. Traditionally, Coquitlam Heritage has hosted all of our workshops, speakers events, and programs at Mackin House. This will be changing in 2017 as we expand our reach out into the community. Offering some of our programming away from Mackin House will allow us to better share the heritage of Coquitlam throughout its entire 125-year time frame and to embrace a greater range of areas and groups. It also gives us the ability to provide services to people who may not be able to physically come to Mackin House, such as seniors. For 2017, our budget committee elected to allocate the 2.4% budget increase, which amounts to about $5,500 for us, to this extra programming. It is split between the salary line and the programs line to pay for the extra people and supplies needed. As well as being entertaining, interesting, and fun, Heritage is also, of course, educational. In addition to our school tour field trip program and our in-classroom Heritage Bin project, we will be developing supplemental materials to complement appropriate exhibits throughout the year. These will be free and available online to the entire community. Coquitlam Heritage also regularly contributes articles to the Tri-City News newspaper that highlight and educate about Coquitlam's interesting past. These have been supplemented by a more robust social media presence in the last few months, and this program will continue to grow. Of course, we will be posting information about our own programs and services, but social media is its most useful when it supports others. And so we will be using Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter to share our community's posts and information as well. A consistent conversation with the community and a supportive network is imperative to our work, and we are prioritizing this going forward. Every year, Mackin welcomes thousands of visitors. Some of these are tourists looking for information about Coquitlam. Many are community members participating in programs, and even more still are visitors looking to enjoy Mackin's Edwardian charms. Of those who toured Mackin House over the last year, roughly 1/3 of these visitors were from Coquitlam. Another third were from outside Coquitlam, but within Metro Vancouver, and another third still were from outside of Metro Vancouver. Of our visitors from away, they visited from as close as Whistler and Kelowna, from regions as remote as Haida Gwaii, and from as far-flung as Manila, Rio, and Stockholm. As you know, Mackin's Gardens are a source of pride for us. and would not look even half as beautiful without our generous gardening volunteers, Donna, Ryan, and Anna. In 2017, our gardens will be receiving even more attention when we refocus the space, highlighting heritage and native species. By striking a community committee, we hope that Macken's Gardens will benefit from the participants' care and knowledge while giving the gardeners the opportunity to build a lasting community work, experimenting with heirloom seeds and planting methods. In September, Macken House was the setting for our first full-scale exhibit, Science and Social Change, a look at healthcare in the early 1900s. This was a time where medicine moved from traditional folk care to the scientific, standardized practices of today. The exhibit, which actually runs until November 30th, features the stories of fictional Maillardville residents based on historical facts. We meet a soldier who is returning from war, a woman having a baby in an unfamiliar town, and a little boy fighting the flu during the flu epidemic of 1918. It also covers how the medical profession changed during this time, as well as touching on mental health practices at Essendale. Artifacts include pieces from the City of Coquitlam's Riverview collection, special finds from Anna Tremere's personal collection, and clothing from Ivan Sayre's collection, including a 1904 suit typical of what a doctor doing a house call would have worn. Ivan Sayre is a renowned fashion historian, and his collections are legendary in the museum community. In 2017, we are using exhibits to tell more stories. Our aim is to increase both Coquitlam's connection to heritage, as well as to promote a sense of community belonging through the use of narrative and images. And as it will be Canada's 150th birthday, our exhibits and programming will celebrate the contributions of Canadians who have built Coquitlam and Metro Vancouver. In February, we launch A Woman's World, a look at how the social, political, and technological transformations of the early 20th century drastically altered the lives of Canadian women. The main exhibit will be at Macken House, but the theme will be supported by programming, educational materials, and workshops both at Macken and in the community. And while it's too soon to give details on the rest of the year, I can share with you the working concepts for the summer and fall. 2017 will be the Summer of the Gentleman, and fall will explore the emergence of modern fashion themes in the 20s and Jazz Age. We also have exhibits in the community. CPL has been generous in giving us space in their cases each year. In 2015, we showcased Edwardian fashion. This October, the exhibit was called Playing Around Coquitlam. It focused on how children occupied their free time in the early 1900s and how toys teach children their cultural norms and expectations. It was also the first time our toy collection had ever left Macken House. In 2017, we expect to contribute 2 displays to CPL. Our September display will possibly explore French immersion education in Coquitlam, and in November, we plan to focus on remembrance. In an effort to tell more stories and include more of Coquitlam, we are developing a pop-up exhibit program. This will allow us to place exhibits in community locations where display cases may not currently be available. This is also the program for which we have asked the city to provide additional funding. The funds will help cover the capital cost of purchasing the pop-up display cases and the initial exhibit development costs. We are asking for just over $23,000, and we see this as a one-time request. I would like to extend the Society's gratitude for the city's generous and ongoing support of our work. Together, we can engage the community in a shared cultural experience, further developing vibrancy and connection through programs, exhibits, museum collections, and other heritage assets. Coquitlam Heritage sees 2017 as a time of great expansion and outreach. We are excited to be Coquitlam's heritage organization and look forward to frequent and meaningful interactions with the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Not quite done. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today, we'd like to just really briefly go through some of the highlights and share with you some of the features and highlights of the symposium that we held last April. Before I get into that, though, I'd like to thank you for your support on that last year, and also thanks to staff Raul, Mary, and Karen, and the communications team for their help with that last year. We're also grateful for Pastapolo and Evergreen Cultural Center for their support and sponsorship. So not only was the symposium successful, but it was also a lot of fun. We had over 100 participants there. That exceeded our expectations, and we were almost at capacity for that. We really had a strong lineup of speakers speaking on a broad range of topics. We kind of started at a global level with Tim Willis from the Royal BC Museum. We brought in Candace Tangora from New Mexico, and she spoke about community engagement. She's one of North America's top speakers on community engagement. And we had Teresa Mackay from the BC Museum Association speak, and she kind of gave us a provincial perspective. And then Emily sort of brought things home to get the discussion going about what's possible for heritage in Coquitlam. Strong representation from across the region. These are just some of the groups that were represented there. North Van, Surrey was there, and then a lot of our own Tri-Cities area. It was a real strong blend of organizations and individuals. Roughly half of the people that attended were from heritage institutions, and the other half were community members here in Coquitlam and supporters of heritage. So it was nice to have the service providers in the same room with their audience to get a broad kind of sense of what was important for heritage in Coquitlam. And the dialogue was interactive and lively. Great discussion in small groups, large group discussions as well, and most were very enthusiastic to share their thoughts and ideas about heritage in Coquitlam. And we were very pleased that we achieved the objective we most wanted to achieve from the event, and it actually far exceeded our expectations in this regard. We went into the event hoping to learn about the kinds of heritage programs that community members in Coquitlam wanted to see and experience from us. And we wanted to find out what was important to community members. And what we came out of it was literally pages and pages, and these are just some samples, just random samples, pages and pages of invaluable feedback, ideas, suggestions, and recommendations for heritage programming in Coquitlam. One of the ways we were able to harness and collect the thoughts and ideas was through a simple interactive activity. And we asked small groups these 5 key questions, gave them a chance to talk about it, and then feedback to the group and share with the group what they came up with. And as I mentioned, pages and pages of stuff came out of this. And I'd like to just show you these questions real quick. Question 1, imagine the future of heritage programming in Coquitlam. What do you think it should include? Thinking about heritage in Coquitlam, what do you think should be a priority? What stories are critical for Coquitlam? Why is it important to focus on heritage in Coquitlam? And finally, how can we strengthen Coquitlam's identity through heritage, which I think is the big question here. We gathered the information, and following the event, we compiled the responses. We tabulated them and reviewed the information and the feedback that was brought up. And so I'd like to just share a little bit briefly about some of the main points that came up from this feedback. And I'll make a note about how we're going to present this entirety of this feedback back to the community a little bit later. So most noted by respondents was the need for a dedicated heritage space in Coquitlam. Heavily mentioned was the importance of the First Nations story. People told us that they wanted to see a broad involvement of diverse groups and stakeholders. The Riverview story obviously weighed heavily in responses. Making heritage relevant across the community was really a key thing that came up. And Maillardville as a historic center was mentioned quite often as well. And finally, addressing the interests and stories of newcomers. We didn't know what to expect when we came into this, but we knew we'd probably see some of these things up there, but we were really pleased by the depth of what we received from these individuals and organizations that were present. So we have roughly 150 pages of handwritten content that came out of this symposium from the 100 people that were there. And this is very valuable input to us as we move forward in programming and learning what is important for heritage programming in Coquitlam. We're currently putting the final touches on a report and on the content itself, and we're gonna have a page on our website where that information can be downloaded. So we're excited to send out a notice about that when it's ready. I think all of you will find it quite interesting and compelling what comes out of this information. So one of the questions we need to ask ourselves now, and if you recall, I asked it last year, although in a different context, and that's where do we go from here? And in light of the input that we received at the Heritage Symposium, we feel that it's really important that we dig a little bit deeper. And so what we're doing is we're going to work from where we left off at the symposium. And we're planning another heritage event for the spring of 2017. However, we see this as quite a different event than the symposium. The symposium was a little bit of professional development mixed with just kind of getting people in the same room and talking about heritage in Coquitlam. We see this as a low-cost kind of a workshop scenario, and quite possibly would run 2 or 3, depending on availability of some of the groups we want to get there. We really want to cast a broad net and make sure that we include all of the cultural identities in Coquitlam. Some of the people that maybe had not made it to the pardon me, to the first symposium, we'd like to make sure that they're there as well and really make it inclusive. And then start with these questions again and dig a little bit deeper about how we can offer heritage programming that meets all of their needs. The event will be a little bit, it won't be speaker focused as the symposium was. As I said, low costs, we just want to get bodies in there. I'd prefer it to be free. We'll see how that works out. And we plan to fund this entirely through sponsorship, because it might be at Glen Pine or somewhere where we can just get people together and talking, and kind of a workshop, shorter event as well, probably just a half-day scenario. We have a working title for that event, and that is Heritage Coquitlam, a Forum on the Future. And that's really what's happening in heritage spaces and museums and heritage organizations around the world, is looking at the community and making sure that the programming reflects where the community's at. And so we think that this workshop and this forum will do that for us, so that we can continue to provide value for the services that you generously support us in. So we thank you once again and look forward to walking this path with you in 2017.
Thank you very much. And as is protocol in our council chambers, we typically recognize former council members who've stepped in, and we acknowledge former councillor Neil Nicholson, who's on the board. I have questions from Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both for your presentation, and thank you to both you, your board, and your volunteers for all the work you've done in the community, particularly in looking after the city's most prized heritage asset, which is Macken House. So we thank you for that, and also for all the work you did during our very special year, which is still ongoing, which is our 125th. I have some questions. I'm pleased to see the collections getting out there. This has always been a challenge, and certainly it's reflected in your budget request for this year. Your collections that you have, how much of it is cataloged?
Just the new pieces aren't cataloged right now.
So you have other pieces, but you haven't gone through and cataloged any of your existing collections, or?
It's all cataloged, okay, except for the new pieces.
Except for the new pieces.
Cataloged, yes.
Okay. And because Macken House is a period house, not necessarily museum, you have other pieces of the collection that don't relate to Macken House. Where are they currently? Are they in storage, or are they just wondering what you do with the collection?
We don't have a lot of pieces that don't relate to Macken House right now. For a lot of the exhibits we would borrow, for instance, with the Riverview collection, we borrowed pieces of the Riverview collection. Our entire collection is at Macken House right now.
Okay. And I recall back when I was on the board, and I had a chance to tour the Surrey Museum. And it's a fabulous facility, and there's a number of great facilities and museums throughout BC, or heritage centers now is probably more appropriate. And when I asked them how they built this wonderful facility and collection, and they said the building took 2 years to build and some help with some federal money. The collection took generations to build. And that stuck with me because I know that someday we will have a heritage center in Coquitlam, hopefully sooner than later. But once you have that building, it's always a challenge to quickly fill it. And so I'm just sort of wondering what efforts are being taken to start to put that collection together in anticipation of initially filling displays. But you mentioned that you're moving beyond just Mackin House, just beyond the history and heritage of Maillardville, looking at the rest of the city. And to me, that suggests that you need storage space and other things so that you can start to build those collections.
Yes, and for the next few months, we're going to be looking at our strat plan and our collections policy with an eye to the Heritage Center. And at that point, we can decide how much to relax the collections policy to be able to bring in pieces that are not within the time frame that we normally collect. That is an important piece, though, and we will be doing that in the next few months.
And I suspect that in the future that could result in budgetary requests.
Yes, absolutely.
Just a side note on that too. Roughly in the industry, 10% of a center's collection is on display, and so you're constantly juggling this social good and kind of as a repository for items in the community, and then also as an engagement piece and bringing people to a place to learn and engage and connect with the artifacts. And it's a really fine balance when you talk about a facility. The storage is a requirement, just like archives requires space to store these things, and we need to keep those memories. So a collection policy really needs to be quite clear on what we collect and what we don't. And then going forward, if we go into this workshop, for example, and the community members say artifacts about the pioneer era maybe aren't as important as a space to just get together and share stories about recent immigration to the area. If we go that direction, it's more about a flexible space for these kinds of things. So that's to be determined, I would say.
Recognizing the new centers today they change. The days of going in and seeing the same piece with all the dust that's on it because it sat in that one shelf for 10 years are over. It's revolving collections, which requires collection building and collection storage space.
Absolutely.
And so that was why I was interested is where you're going beyond Mackin House, but as a heritage society representing all of Coquitlam, where you're moving next. And I certainly think the idea of having display cases and getting out into the community, I think is a good direction to go. So I thank you for your presentation, for putting on the symposium last year. So thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, I'll second that. Big thank you. The symposium was a wonderful event to take part in. I'd forgotten until looking at the pictures that I ended up being the spokesperson for our table and reporting out. And it was a very rich and rewarding exercise, and I think you summarized it very well. It's very good.
I'm sure the table still remembers.
Well, you had your name tag on the document, so I know what your feedback.
Okay, there you go. A similar theme that of questioning that I'm asking during the day. It's about surpluses. Last for the end of 2015, you reported revenue over expenses surplus of $24,000, almost $25,000. And if I'm reading your financial statements correctly, that would be part of the unrestricted $68,000 that you have. You've got a total of $197,000, but 54 is invested in capital assets, 75 is internally restricted for programs that you've already committed to. It looks like there's $68,000 that's kind of your accumulated nest egg. Is that right? So given that your big request for 2017 is a one-time only and not a continuing of $23,000, that could be internally financed if we aren't able to support that. You do have enough in your unrestricted reserves to fund that yourself. Is that correct for that one time?
We could. The money that is in surplus is within what a nonprofit would normally have in surplus to be a healthy, well-run nonprofit. So it's not that we have a lot of excess. That is normal within the nonprofit world.
You talk to me about that. What would that be used for then, and why would that be necessary to have that size of a surplus carrying on?
It's generally used in emergency situation, or if you need to, for instance, if you're expanding and you need to hire people. For instance, I had somebody that I hired a few months ago, and she made me prove to her that I could pay her. So those documents are important in those sorts of things. Emergencies, hiring people, planning, moving forward, making purchases. If we have the opportunity to buy a really special artifact, then we would use those funds for those sorts of things.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cirillo.
Well, congratulations on having a really strong plan and working that plan very closely and the successes that you've had so far. So just the proof that a good plan is very effective. I have a few questions, and they're kind of for staff. The first one is, I was very intrigued about the heirloom seeds and the garden. And I know kitty corner to Mackenhouse, there is a little garden on the northwest corner of Marmont and Brunette that the city is managing at this point. So through the chair to the city, is there any chance of any kind of stewardship for trying heirloom seeds in our little garden across the street?
The appropriate staff would be parks outside, and there are none here right now. We may want to refer that to them.
That's fine. We don't need to talk about it right now, but it's just intriguing to think that I don't think you have a big amount of garden space at Mackenhouse. And so I'll leave that with you, Mr. Aliueva. The next question is also for Mr. Aliueva about the intersection of some of these requests that are coming to us today and the $15,500 that's for the cultural summit that the city is requesting, and also the $150,000 that the city is requesting in managing the cultural assets. So if I could just understand the intersection, because maybe there's some economies of scale and wouldn't want to double spend with the same objectives.
Yes, I don't think, well, first of all, the managing of cultural assets, that's the Riverview collection that has not been properly cataloged or evaluated, and that's in full storage. And that does have to be managed, so that's a separate, clearly that collection ultimately will be part of the city's collection to be potentially displayed, and work would happen with Heritage Society. So that our staff, Mary Morrison-Clark, Karen Bassey, they work closely with the Heritage Society to make sure that there's complementary work that is happening, and this is separate from that request. The Cultural Summit, again, is separate than the symposium, and this was identified in the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Strategic Plan and has very specific kind of focuses. Again, we would work with the Heritage Society and other partners to make sure that this is has cross-cultural and cross-purpose initiatives, but the idea was to support the collaboration across the cultural sector, not necessarily just the heritage component, and there's some defined outcomes that we would work towards in that initiative. Again, it would be devoting time to explore all of the cultural interests widely across the sector, not just Heritage Society. It could be youth, other means of community engagement, et cetera, et cetera. So it's much broader than a symposium dealing with the heritage, community heritage objectives highlighted by Reg.
I'm just putting it out there that there might be economies of scales of work together. So it comes to my next point, which just came up because of your slides and presentations today. Thank you for that. Twigged in my mind about the Riverview collection. So is there any discussion with the province, or has the province committed to taking ownership for any of the stewardship of the artifacts? Because I guess if they are redeveloping, taking down buildings, doing things like that, isn't this a provincial asset that should be funded at least in part by the provincial government? Chair to Mr. Aliueva, maybe?
Mr. Aliueva.
The Riverview process as you know, is complicated, and there's going to be a number of outcomes that flow from that. At this point, a lot of that is unknown. We really are dealing specifically with the Riverview collection that is in our own and the city's own ownership, and we've just specifically targeted that collection for the work that needs to be done to properly catalog and manage it. That is a very good question. I don't think I can offer an answer in that that whole arrangement around what comes out of the provincial work that ultimately leads to something in Riverview is obviously very diverse. We certainly are. There's a lot of history on that site. That's the great understatement. And for us, we've looked at the issue of the cemetery, the trees, the site itself. There's so many components, and we expect that to be dealt with as part of the larger plan.
So do you know if the city of Coquitlam has made a request to the province to put some money aside for storage? Because I'm not really even talking about displaying anything on Riverview, but we don't want to lose everything that's coming out of there. So do you know if the city has made a request for the province to take some ownership on stewardship of artifacts that are discovered on the site?
Mr. Dumont.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, no, we haven't. And I think further to Raul's comments, the city thought that the collection was potentially in peril a couple of years ago, and we took stewardship of the collection. As Raul says, though, heritage of the site is very important, and they're just starting the master planning process now, and it's going to take 24 to 30 months. But I think part of that conversation as the master plan goes forward is what will the province do with respect to heritage, and that could include a facility to store the artifacts or those types of things. But those discussions haven't started yet. They're just starting the master planning process at this time.
Thank you. So if this group is not part of the advisory groups for Riverview, perhaps they should be. Are you on the advisory groups for Riverview? Have you been working with Brooke Cooney?
The Lands Advisory Committee?
No, I'm talking specifically about the stakeholders that are involved with the planning process through Cooney.
Anna Tremere, who's on our board, she's the president of the Riverview Historical Society, so she keeps us close to what's happening there.
Okay. My last question is just about the display cases. Is there any synergies between the city being able to use display cases and perhaps them being city display cases that can be leased out, or is there any discussion about that?
Mr. Alueva.
Just to clarify, are you meaning the display cases that's
well, there's a funding request to have display cases. I thought they were purchasing display cases.
Yeah.
4 to 6 display cases, $2,000 to $3,000 each. I'm just wondering if
that's the one-time request. We're certainly we have close dialogue with Reg and his team, and we're quite open to any discussions across cross purposes where those assets could be utilized as well. We have not had any specific discussions on the city's potential use of that, but we respect the Heritage Society's request, and we look forward to council's discussion on that. At this point, we have not formally kind of put any city requests attached to that.
I'm just thinking multi-purpose, right? If we need them and they need them, can we do it? And School District 43 too. Have you asked School District 43 if they could allow you to have display room in the schools?
We have not asked specifically for them. One thing that I am finding though is there's lots of display cases out in the community, and we've been asked to do some displays in them, which is really wonderful too. We're excited about those. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. A very thought-provoking presentation.
And Councillor Tanner.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in, and congratulations on another successful year. I have a question. Of the various programs that you offer, can you please explain to me how you determine which programs that you offer, like you subsidize, you offer them by donation only, and other ones you do on a cost recovery basis? The reason I'm asking is my daughter and I recently participated in the candle making workshops, and I'll just tell you it was full. There was a wait list. We enjoyed tea and coffee and goodies in the parlor, the beautiful Mackin House. It was a wonderful afternoon, and we made lots of candles, and we learned a lot, and it was by donation only. So I'm curious how you determine which programs, and I don't know how many you offer in that format per year, but when you do offer it by donation only, I'm curious, do you get enough donations to pay for it, or a portion, or half? I'm just curious about how both of those work.
It depends on the program itself. Some programs for instance, the canning workshop, we were able to recover our costs. Traditionally, we have not charged for many of our programs. Going forward, we have decided to put nominal charges on some of our programs that maybe the supplies are a little bit more expensive. So that would be anywhere from $5 to $15 per person, but it would cover the supply costs. We are committed, however, to having some programs that are either by donation or pay what you can, so that we're, working with the entire community and what everyone can kind of contribute and access. And there will be a few events next year as well that are a little bit more expensive, maybe $25 or $30. And because we're charging a little bit more money, they can be slightly more ostentatious.
Chocolate making?
Yes, like the chocolate making, exactly.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sorry, when is that?
February 14th.
An interesting point, just on that, an interesting point is that often when you have donations, as with admissions, when you say admission is by donation, your donations exceed your set ticket price. So, and if there are community members that can't pay anything, they're able to come. But it's interesting in museums specifically, when it's by donation, they can often exceed the set ticket price.
And that's kind of what I was curious about.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I also just want to say I'm really happy to hear that the symposium was such a success. Unfortunately, I was out of town that weekend, but I heard lots of great things about it. So congratulations.
Okay. And I'll echo everyone's comments about the symposium. Wonderful, outstanding, great work that you do, important work that you do. So thank you. I see no other questions. We're done. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our last presentation of the day is from Mr. Douglas Matthews on the Evergreen Cultural Center.
Make sure I got this right. Mayor Stewart, members of council, thank you very much for allowing us once again to make this annual presentation, and more than anything, thank you for supporting us for all these years. It really has been a great ride. Okay. I got it. So you already know what we do. We present the arts in this area of Coquitlam. We've had our mission and vision statements for several years now. Our main responsibilities are to offer a variety of programs, primarily in two areas. Well, let's say three areas. Performing arts in the theater, visual arts in the art gallery, and education programs in both performing and visual arts. As you'll hear by the time I'm finished, we are expanding, at least in what we are offering and the number of people who are coming. Commensurate with what's going on in the theater and the gallery, we have had to increase our staff, and this is where we sit right now. Full-time 10 members, part-time staff 16, casual 5, and a cadre of pretty standard group of volunteers, 146, who are very, very active. Our facility usage has increased. We are now open 7 days a week. We have an average of 2 to 5 events in all areas happening each day. We are in the area of leveling off here. I'll show you a graph in a second of 79 to 80,000 people who attend the Evergreen Cultural Center every year. In 2015, 257 events were hosted in the theater itself, 288 classes for over 4,000 children, and we put in almost 10,000 volunteer hours. Some of the theater presentations, you know what these are. A lot of you come out to them, so you can appreciate that we do very well with the Arts Club Theatre. We offer everything from classical to rock and music, comedy, dance, and lots of other variety performances. About 10 years ago, we commissioned a study by Lamont Management with the blessing and a grant from City Council in 2006, 2007, to find out what was it that we needed to do in our day-to-day operations to proceed to the next level of trying to get a larger theater, as was planned when the theater originally was built in 1996. The outstanding recommendation that came back was that we had to work to fill the place to bursting. We had to be bursting at the seams. We feel that we are either there or very, very close to that point right now. As you can see from the facility attendance trend over the last 7 years, there's a gradual rise, and before that it was lower still. There's a gradual rise and a kind of a leveling off between 2013 and 2016. That would be the normal thing that you would find with a theater that was approaching its maximum capacity. Skip around a little bit here, but I'll try to make it as clear as possible for you. We host as renters, and this is something that we started doing again about 6, 7, 8 years ago, was pushing rentals in the facility to use up all those extra rooms and extra space we have, not just the theater. That has been extremely successful. We now rent out to virtually a cross-section of Coquitlam, every demographic and every ethnic group you can imagine. We have Russians, Ukrainians.
Could we move to the next slide, please?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Could we move to the next slide, please?
I can move as fast as you want. You just tell me.
Because he was sitting there and they all together.
Okay. The studio theater has, in fact, been very, very active. We are putting in there just about as much as we can. By my calculation, we are at about an 83% capacity in the time that we have available and the time that the theater is actually used. And John Paul, I'm not sure if you can tell me what percentage of the time that is not included that would be, say, dark time that we couldn't rent out, or is there part of that remaining 17% that isn't used that would still be dark time?
Always a portion of dark time.
Okay. And that would some of that would be included in the days used, though?
Yeah.
Okay. And some of it would not, but they would be days that were probably not attractive to certain events, so people wouldn't want them, say, on a Sunday morning, or, it just wouldn't be the right time. What we have started to do in the last few months is to track the number of inquiries we got to rent out or use some of the facilities at Evergreen. We have been tracking since, I think, July. And just in the last month of October, we turned away about by our estimate, around $22,000, close to $23,000 worth of business. And I use that word because I think anybody who does not treat arts management as business is going about it the wrong way. Not to say we have to make a profit, but to say we have to be conscious of where our revenue is coming from and not say, oh, poor me, I'm an arts organization, therefore the government or the city owes me money. That's the approach I like to take to this. That's why I use the term business. We have lost $22,000 worth of business. So here we have fact of the inquiries here. Since the beginning of July, when we started to track the info, a total of 49 events. So there were just a few in that last slide, but since July, there have been 49 events that we have not been able to use a facility for. Volunteer hours, just like the facility usage, volunteer hours are on the gradual rise. You can see it's been a slight slope. I mean, it's not always consistent, but there is a slight slope, which is to be expected. Education, here's another point. Big point here, because we are now at a 45% increase in educational programs from 2015 to 2016. Big jump. Part of the reason we had lower ones before was because of a school strike. But we're on the rise again. We are close to capacity, as you can see. We're now going to have about 156 class bookings. The maximum, absolute maximum we can take is 175. So we're getting really, really close. The art gallery is also extremely popular, as most of you know. We have a number of really, really good exhibitions, and the Coquitlam Collects, which is on right now, we're looking at that before we came over. Tremendous exhibition. It's a collection of really good art pieces from people who collect art in the whole community. So there's always something very interesting. Art gallery visitation has maintained a fair consistency for the last few years, except you'll note that in 2015 and 2016 we started to go up with the education attendance. So those kids are getting that education that we're trying for. And when we were in there just a half an hour ago, there were probably 40 or 50 of them running around looking at and enjoying the art. Again, gallery highlights. Hopefully most of you will get the notices of when there's a new exhibition on. So again, this tells you what it is, but it's worth going to. Marketing communications, another area. Of course, we have a lot of programs going on. We market like crazy to the community. Our regular brochures go out to over 30,000 homes in the Tri-Cities. And more than anything, we're taking advantage of social media to get the word out. Our actual webpage now website is doing more than 60% of our ticket sales. So we're keeping up with social media. Okay, here comes the meat of the presentation. We are going after, we're wrong choice of words.
Come on, show some aggression.
We're asking you for a little bit extra over top of the annual increase. Administrative support. I mentioned before about the staff at Evergreen, the fact that it's commensurate with the activities, the level of activity, and of course, you don't get that by just putting everybody on, 8 hours of overtime every day. So we have to hire more people. With that comes extra employee benefit costs, a few extra salaries over and above what we do get in the regular budget from you folks. So we're asking for $25,000 for that. Our capital requests are in two areas. I'm going to cover the last one first. Rehearsal hall flooring replacement. We've discovered that, you can fill me in on the technical details if I missed something, but we have to recover our rehearsal hall, which is used a great deal for dance, with something that's called a Marley carpet surface, which is dancers, if you've ever been a dancer, you'll know what that is. It also requires an underlay. We've already received some money for it from council last year. We have since discovered that we need to put in a full underlay as well as just the surface. That underlay is going to be of sufficient to quite a large cost. What was the total for the underlay alone? Do you remember? About $25,000 was going to be the underlay alone. So what we're asking for is a little bit extra to help us out with that, at $8,500. We have a nice, fairly comfortable figure in our capital accounts, and we will take the remainder, some $16,000, $17,000 out of that for the remainder of the underlay. So we try to work both ends, if you will, and not take everything from one place. So that is for the capital request number 2. Capital request number 1, venue outdoor digital signage. We already have a commitment from the province to help spend or help to pay for a replacement sign for the one that was taken away because of the SkyTrain. But we also have some extra costs associated with that we'd like your help with. Last but not least, if you've been driving along Guildford or Pine Tree and you try to find the Evergreen Cultural Center, you can't see it. You don't know where it is. So what we would like to do is commission a study to look at the overall physical appearance, whatever, of the Evergreen. There's nothing there right now. You used to be able to see it. It was a great view. And now it's not there. So we want to know what do we need to add to it to make it more attractive for patrons. Do we need a sign? Do we have to put a 50-foot Christmas tree on top? What do we do? Not just the visual attractiveness of the building itself, but I also would like to look at approach signage. Now, I know you're going to be doing things about parking, but we want to actually look at all directions that people are going to be coming from to reach the Evergreen and say, you know, you're driving east on Guilford and you say Evergreen Cultural Center, next left, or that sort of thing. So we're going to ask, we would like to approach a consulting company to look at all of this. This is the overall physical appearance and how do you get to the approach to the Evergreen? You know, what can we do to improve things? So those are our main asks for this year. Moving forward, and this basically is summed up in the two things at the top of this list moving forward. Increase the physical visibility and accessibility to the Evergreen in an attractive and welcoming manner. And number two, work steadily toward the completion of an expanded Evergreen Cultural Center in whatever form it may take. And I'd just like to spend a couple of minutes discussing those first two. The next, all the rest of it on that list are motherhood. So the first one, we know we're not going to get a new theater in the next 5 years. We'd be lucky if we see it in 10 or 15. It's still at the top of our wish list. And I hope that partly from what you've seen today, but more importantly, what we hope you will see after this facility study is done, hopefully very shortly. We understand it's coming up pretty fast. What you will see is, yes, there is a need. There is still a need for an expanded theater for the Tri-Cities, not just for Coquitlam, but for the Tri-Cities, as it originally was planned. The closest theater that we have to our size is in Maple Ridge. The Act, it's around 500 seats. We are wanting something a little bit bigger, and we're wanting to get on board with the other communities. In the meantime, and as you go down that list, in the meantime, what we still see is I think there are a lot of things we can do in what we like to call, and I think a lot of people are calling it this cultural corner at the south end of Lafarge Lake. There's a lot we can do. The one thing is making our building more attractive to people. We think the whole thing, thanks to SkyTrain, can now be a destination, this wonderful cultural corner. We are definitely not above working with the city and city staff to make the amphitheater work better. If that's what it takes, we'll do that. We can work together somehow. Even though it's the other side of the lake, there's no reason why we can't work together on some sort of programming or whatever it might entail. Heritage. Let's put up a new theater and put the Heritage Society into our current building. What about the gallery? There's all kinds of things you can do if that happened too. You've got, you know, a perfect way of combining resources right there in that corner. It just requires some creative thought. Okay, so that's probably as much as I should say right now. Again, thank you very much, and we're here for your questions. Oh, I almost forgot. There you go. Well, we'll just push it 100 feet to the east, and there you go. And there it is from the lake. But I'll leave the nice one up. Okay.
That's all you want. Yes. Councillor Asmundson.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just want to get some clarification on a couple of your requests here. Starting with your requests for part-time administrative support. Now, I'm kind of, is it for wage increases? We had the Heritage, one of the groups platform asking for $1 an hour wage increase for some of their people here. Or is this strictly for, I thought you were mentioning hiring new people, so I'd like a better breakdown of what you're asking this $25,000 exactly for.
John Paul, handle that.
Sure. From the year 2013 to 2016, the increases in benefits and pension alone, with the increased number of employees, has been about $35,000. That's very difficult to afford when your increase from the city is only a certain amount. Of course, we are continuing to look for sponsorship and continue to look for grants. But it's the increase in activity, obviously, which has increased the number of staff hours, which has increased the number of people now on benefits, which has increased the number of people now on pension as well at the center. So the part-time administrative support is just a term to use to support the cost of the increase in benefits and pension alone.
So this would be, okay, so that gives me better. So this is more for a benefits increase and
Pension, employer supplemental.
an employee pen. Okay, that helps me, because when I looked at this and I was just, the description when I read it, I'm trying to figure out exactly, because it goes from part-time educators, administrative staff, affiliated, and talks about benefits, but it doesn't really detail. So I was getting the impression, are you using this to raise the wages of your educators? Are you using, that's what I was trying to get.
I mean, it's impossible to catch up, frankly. The amount of the wages is still below what they should be, and they will continue to increase. And so we're constantly, like most organizations, not-for-profit, trying to catch up and being able to pay for our staff at a rate that's commensurate with other communities across the city, and also provide the necessary benefits and pensionary support.
So is it two parts? Is it a wage increase for your staff and benefits, or just strictly right now looking after the benefits?
Well, I feel that we can pay for the expenditure of the increase in salaries right now and the activity, but it's difficult for us to now pay for the increase and the new amount of benefits that go along with it.
So that makes it better for me to understand this. It's more for the
That's
benefits.
an annual considered contribution for the city moving forward.
Yeah, that would be a recurring amount.
Correct.
Yeah, I understand that part there. I just wanted a better understanding of what that recurring amount was going to be to.
Yeah, obviously it's a very approximate figure, but we have some paperwork from the 2013 to 2016 defining the benefits and pension, how that's been affected.
You can hand that over to finance, someone that they can
Sure.
put that over to us. The other question comes on your sign, and you're asking for $65,000 from the city, but then in the presentation here, you're asking for a digital sign, but I got the impression in the presentation that you've got in your line that you want to spend $10,000 on a consultant to go out and decide what you need. So is this premature to be asking for the $65,000 before you exactly know what type of sign and what you're going to do, then come back maybe in a year from now with a complete consultant report and a complete idea of where the sign is going to be located, what type of sign it's going to be? Would that be a better way of doing it? Because I don't understand when the presentation was here that we don't know exactly where in the presentation the sign is. We want to do a consultant to decide all those factors first. So I think maybe we're one step ahead, and I just want to get some clarification on that, please.
I think if I understand you, then you're saying take out the matching funds for the digital sign of $25,000 and do the study.
Well, the study you got down there for $10,000, right?
Plus visibility 30, so it would end up being probably.
Well, I guess if you're doing a study, the visibility would be part of that study. So I mean, but I'm saying right now you'd have to do a study to determine, what's your best signage proposals, then come back later for what your visibility and what your actual sign location is going to be.
I don't believe that there is the consultant. The study is as complex as perhaps it needs to be. I mean, we have earmarked $25,000 from the province to allocate towards the purchase of a digital sign, which was originally dismantled because of the TransLink. So really the expectation is that we're going to replace that digital signage in some form. And so that's a large portion of the ask in the signage is that digital signage. So it's really about placement of that sign. I don't think it requires a year-long study. I think a consultant can come in a short-term basis and give us some visuals to give us some allocated areas of the property that would make sense overall.
And you're working through staff, because I think staff would be, since some of it might be firing on city property, or both work
until
together.
the SkyTrain station is complete, and we can all look at it together with the city staff to determine what properties is available and what sightlines are appropriate.
Would it be better before you went to a consultant to maybe work with the city to identify the locations first and then see the signage after that? I think you may save yourself some money on consulting fees. I think Mr. Sinisha is nodding his head that it might be better for you to go through strategic initiatives first. They may have some possible locations that they could work out with you on city land or the lands in that areas to better understand where signage would go.
Could I interject something?
Very much.
Through the chair, thank you. It's not only about location, it's about the electrical servicing as well. So we're in the process of determining where the electrical services are to enable to power that sign.
Okay, and you've had discussions with the Evergreen on that location at present?
No, we haven't had discussion with the Evergreen Cultural Center on actual location. We're just scoping where the possible locations could be based on the electrical requirements being where they are.
And I'll just add that the money from the province has been sitting in trust for a number of years now, and we are waiting for this transit to finish and then to have discussions with the city on locations, and then the money would be used appropriately for visual renderings in order to proceed with.
Well, and I guess my things would, rather than maybe some of the consulting money here, to maybe you can save yourself by working through SI on that. So I'll leave that with you to work out with them. I just want some clarification on that, and you give me some clarification.
Could I just mention something, though? I think our intent is the consultant is just not going to consult on a sign. We want the consultant to consult on how do we make the visibility overall of the Evergreen better. So how do we improve it? Not necessarily with signage. Yes, I talked about street signs, saying how to get there, but I'm looking at the building itself. Is there something we can do so that when you're half a mile back on Guildford or somewhere down Pine Tree, you can see at least the top of the building or something, hey, there's something going on at that corner, rather than just leaving it the way it is and hope that the sign is going to solve all our problems. This goes beyond just the signage.
And that may lead to another budget request down the future.
Well, we kind of included it all in one here in a couple of parts, but we'd be happy to take part of the money.
Yeah, well, I think there's some moving parts here, but I think the first part, we know about the sign jump, all we understand, and that was the one key element when I'm looking at this, that first part, the sign. But might just, I think, work with staff on that, and so just clarify some comments for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, thank you very much. Always excited I was very interested, and it's exciting to hear the report from the Evergreen Cultural Center. Besides City Hall, it's the civic facility I probably spend most time in. There's always a lot of great things going on there. There was one odd concert there this year. Walden sings Where's Zala or something that I don't know how that got into the program, but actually even the executive director performed there this year, which is congratulations for that. And yeah, I can attest that it's busy. Every time I'm there for some event, there's always something else going on there, so it's quite amazing. Now, I want to talk about, it's been a theme for me today, talking about various institutions' reserves, and I know you've got a modest operating reserve of $120,000, but you have a capital reserve of almost $300,000. What are your plans for that, and why couldn't it be used to look after your capital request for this year?
Sure. Certainly that $290,000, which you may see on paper, was a point in time. So some of the money hadn't been used, which was particularly, I think it was a sound equipment had been purchased, which we've done now. So it's less than what it appears. Certainly, it depends on what is considered a good benchmark with regards to having capital reserves. We could end up using that capital reserves in an emergency case and use all of it instantly. So where, for example, our dimmers could go down, which are $250,000, and so, or a system could go down. So we're always happy to have some reserve should we not be able to approach council in a timely fashion in order to replace that equipment. So having $240,000, I don't think is anything unreasonable or unfair, and we certainly are monitoring that and continuing to increase that amount, if not using it constantly, and trying to maintain an amount. I think that's as always makes us satisfactory with regards to feeling safe and having monetary money available for emergency situations.
Thank you very much.
I should also mention just in the past that we used a large chunk of our capital to help to pay for the new seats a few years ago. And as I mentioned on this presentation, we're going to use a little bit more to augment the flooring, the underlay. So we don't just let it sit there. We do things with it. But as John Paul said, you really have to have things for an emergency. So in the middle of the year, if something falls apart, we can't come back to you. We have to pay for it ourselves.
Thank you very much. Thanks. That's all the questions. Thank you.
And that is the last person we have. Anybody else? Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And the motion from Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Asmundson, is to adjourn. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.